who wanted to give us a quick recap on the occurrences of last session, you can earn yourself that juicy point of inspiration. If not, I will do it myself.
I'll go ahead and do it today.
Go for it.
So, last we left off, the group was basically making their way towards the cave after a hard but brief battle against the stone golems that came from the stars. On their way towards the old sunken stronghold, they came across another of the stone golem creatures. And this one looked a little bit different. It was more analyzing the ground and seemed to be tracking something. The group was a bit divided on what to do, but ultimately, Vishanti wanted to get a closer look, was ultimately detective, which resulted in a battle, and the now named Starfallen Observer was subsequently destroyed. After that, they started to make their way forward towards the cave, trying to keep wounds pressed until they got to a certain amount of safety. They did make it there, where they basically set up a little campsite for them to rest for the night and bind any wounds that were left from the attacks by the Observer. Rin recounted Forsharin's basically life up to the current day. Unfortunately, a couple of the party members fell asleep. And everyone subsequently got their rest. Upon waking up, they tried to search part of the cave, specifically where there was more information that was stored. However, there seemed to be a nest of mind meshes that were containing so much auric light that it was hard to even retrieve. There was also the impending danger of a bullet that was resting nearby. However, Bullet was distracted, and with a bit of finessing, Seeker was able to retrieve a journal containing more of the knowledge that was previously grasped, but hopefully a little bit more detailed. At which point, the group decided to make their way out due to the somewhat impending danger and make their way towards Highshire.
Very good. Go ahead and give yourself that inspiration.
Thank you.
And with that, the party having completed their full rest inside of the dungeon and waking up afterwards and collecting everyone's thoughts on the next course of action, everyone would leave out of the dungeon, would take their steps back into the rising sun of Helios' arcing valleys, and would pick up on their trail back towards Highshire. And with that, the party sets off southwest, the direction from whence they came. Everyone roll perception as you begin this day of travel.
Ooh, nice.
So, with this Wand of Wonder I have here, how do I refill its charges? Because it refills daily.
Mm-hmm.
So it should tell you what the actual dice is. Is it a D4, D6?
It's a D6 plus 1, so regardless of what it rolls, it will fill it back up. I'm just wondering how I actually put that to the wand, because it's used 2 charges so far.
If I were you, I would I can show you how to do it if you don't know, make a little custom element on the front of your page where you can keep track of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially for rolling a d6, you can use little buttons on the bottom right to select the d6 and press the little plus button. It'll roll 1d6 plus 1, and you can roll that way, just as a little custom formula. Yeah, just a little something to keep yourself informed on your charges. But yeah, if you haven't used it yet, it would be at full.
Yeah, I don't think you used it at all yet, have you?
I don't know, I just had 5 out of 7 when I looked at it, so apparently I have at some point.
Huh. Well,
Shrug.
you're going to gain a minimum of 2, so we'll say it's full right now. Excellent.
Alright, yeah, that was my own question.
And with that, the party begins their trek forth. And for those who have already made this trek on their way out, Garrock, Rin, and Dagny, you would have a good idea on areas to stick to and areas to avoid, having previous knowledge used to your advantage. And Garrock, you make use of your spyglass and keep your head on a swivel and nothing gets past you. Seeker would be traveling up high in a similar fashion to keep an eye out in all directions, given that these lands are very unpredictable and may yield surprises that no one can truly predict, as proven multiple times over. Travel would go at a pretty swift pace, everyone having gotten a good set of pace, having traveled these lands for several days now since the cartographers have been formed. About an hour would pass, making headway, ducking under these stone rings, keeping to valley sides and using cover whenever available. There would be some sparse bits of rain that would patter down. Some storm clouds that are passing overhead, which are a bit more scattered as there are intermittent rays of light that would pierce through them. And it would be around that hour in, Garrock, you would notice it first. You would see there is a curious little detail that you would pass by. Given the current landscape, you have a pretty good idea for what kind of trees and flora to expect out here, but you do notice a little ways off to the far west that you're passing over on top of a cliff, there stands a little dense patch of forest that seemed to be isolated from the rest of the landscape. This is a lot more vibrantly colored than the other surrounding treescapes, and it seems to be almost emanating a teal blue dust-like particle effect that's slowly dancing among the leaves. It's as if there's a whole bunch of trees that just grew very compact together in one spot, and there's this strange aura that they're giving off.
Hold for a second.
Sit.
Which of you know nature well?
I mean, it's
He
not my
shakes his
area of
head.
expertise, but I read some books on it. What?
Well, it looks a little bit magical, so it might be in your wheelhouse, actually. But over there, you see that patch of trees?
Nearby your spyglass?
Yeah, sure. Right up there, there's like a bit of a wisp coming off of them, and they don't look connected to the rest.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take the spyglass and look at it.
You would take a closer look, and using the spyglass, you can definitely get a decent view. It's about 400 feet off, on top of a little cliff face bordering the valley that you're currently passing under. And there is a bit of a almost cloud-like effect that you can see that is dancing among the leaves. Not something you've seen before, although the glow that is reflecting among the trunks of the tree do hail some familiar tones. You've seen a similar anomaly with all of your previous travel, and you would suspect that there may have been a concentration of aura that may be creating some sort of natural anomaly. You would suspect that the trees do appear to almost be bent forcefully in a way, you think that whatever this energy is at the core of this patch of forest may be influencing the trees to almost knot together. You think that there might be a singular source of whatever this energy is at the epicenter of this little grove.
Well, seems there's some sort of concentration of auric energy there, affecting the trees in such a way. I think it's worth investigating. Would you all agree?
Well,
Yeah, we might as well.
how far away are we from Highshire at this point?
Now, you've been traveling for about an hour. You would imagine with your current trajectory that it's going to take at least another 3 or so, maybe 4 hours to get fully back to the furthest walls north.
Well, we're basically home anyway, and we're all feeling refreshed, yes?
Yeah, I feel like I could toss a house.
Probably the best time to do it if we wanted to.
Rin, are you alright with this?
Fine. I'll send Seeker on ahead.
Okay.
I'm wondering if we could capture it. It could grow crops faster.
Let's see what Seeker can see. We'll determine it from there when we get a closer look.
Yep,
Alright then.
Seeker zooms in off and away.
And I guess
All
we
right.
just kind of meander behind.
Yeah.
You would send Seeker off to investigate this tight-knit grove that is housing this tealish aura. And what's Seeker's movements looking like? Is it going straight into this, or is it kind of staying away?
I'd like for him to give a good old-fashioned perimeter check around this small grove from,
Okay.
I would say, 100 or so feet up in the sky and see what it sees before I have it delve deeper or anything else.
Okay. Going off of Seeker's perception check, it would give a pretty clean sweep around the perimeter. Luckily, the surrounding area is pretty devoid of any cover that would give a potential threat the element of surprise. And it doesn't necessarily spot anything. It does see a few hotspots of a similar auric light coming from a few of the stones that seem to be almost floating a few inches above the ground, as though they have been charged from the blast of the rings. They seem to disregard gravity, and they occasionally arc, giving a little magic spark to the ground here and there, causing additional stones to disregard gravity. Doesn't seem anything innately hostile, though.
Right, so it's not energy similar to those glowing patches on the ground that causes elementals to rise up.
Not at this glance that you can tell. It just seems like this is a standard anomaly.
Okay, and you said in the epicenter is where this glow seems to be situated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll have Seeker be in the air, get above the center in the air, and then descend.
All right. Seeker would go up and would get a pretty good scale for the total size of this grove, and it would be roughly 200 feet in diameter. So it's about 100 feet to get from the edge to the epicenter, where you can definitely see a more intense glow. And Seeker would go high up, giving the canopy a good amount of space, would survey it from above, and would slowly descend, getting an increasingly clear view. And Seeker would weave around the leaves of the highest treetop and would see that there is a bit of almost like a cloud-like field that seems to have some purpose to it as it weaves around the leaves. And even the leaves themselves seem to have faint shimmers from within them, suggesting that they have been magically charged in some way. And you would see, as you descend down, clearing out of the canopy, that there is what looks like a structure at the center of this place. Looks like a small, at one point might have been a homestead, that's much reinforced in stone. Perhaps a hideout of some kind, but it's very well made. It's really hard to tell.
Definitely regular stone, not heliostone.
Yes,
Okay.
Seeker would continue, and you would get a better look at this small hold. It appears that the center roof, which is made of like a reinforced looking wood, has a giant gaping hole in the center, almost as if a powerful force had blown it open. And there's a glow coming from inside. You can see that there are vines and leaves that are reaching out from the immediate ground surrounding this hold and are almost reaching into this house through every available crevice, through cracks in the walls, windows that have long been pushed inwards, the front door. Even some vines are climbing up to the chimney and are reaching into and downwards to get to this epicenter. And Seeker would notice that there is some swaying movements in this particular set of flora, and would see there are vibrant colors among them, almost as if it is serpentine, poising sentience. And observing this a moment longer, you would see that there is almost discernible form to all of the plant life reaching into here.
Ah, these fuckers again.
Oh, jeez.
Spooky plant.
I remember my 1v1 river fight with one of these.
Yeah, you would definitely recognize this, having a previous encounter with that Rin. What's curious is, going from the hole and looking in, you can also see that intertwined with this creature, if you can call it that, there's also little sparking accents of blue that are almost woven into the leaves. You can see that there's somewhat of an interior, something that denotes almost like a living room, a kitchen, a little den area that seems to be something of a living space. And there's, from what you can tell from your angle up upwards of the hole, there's some almost wisping sparks in certain places, and you too would also recognize the basic form that they're taking, as they are interwoven with the previously shown creature.
Oh, shit. That's
Trying to
not
take the
good.
form of a human.
It's strange. You would see that as they stand relatively calm, there's some faint movements to the strange nerve endings coming off of these creatures, almost as if they are vaguely trying to imitate tasks that a ordinary person would follow.
Ah, well, that's new behavior.
What do you see?
Yeah, for the sake of brevity, I'm just relaying everything you've told me.
You would.
Huh.
So it's like the nerve elementals. Do you think they've taken over the bodies of those who were previously there?
Well, if they did, they would be in those bodies right now, surely. They're just wisps, though.
This is
No.
new behavior from them. The ones
Definitely.
we've encountered previously were volatile and bestial.
Should
They
we...
they took in the stone as their own. Those did, but
Should
this
we-
is new.
Is it worth disturbing, then? Should we just leave this and see how it develops?
I want to look.
Allow me to send Seeker inside the structure before we decide.
No. This one
No.
believes that we should take a closer approach.
Well, as soon as we determine that these things aren't hostile, we will take a closer look.
These are hostile.
And not only that, but the little flying doodad could probably see what's actually inside, so it's not a huge waste of time.
That is
And,
what I said, yes.
Can I posit a theory, maybe? If they're trying to mimic us, they've built a structure, they've used the land around them and tried to cultivate it. They're trying to learn how we live. Right?
Seems
Yeah.
that way.
That's a possibility, yes.
These ones are mimicking humans.
If they are still their sort of native self and playing pretend, it stands to position that they would probably attack us, but if they're learning this quickly, what's to say they wouldn't actually make some headway after a while, if left alone?
You are saying to allow these nerve elementals to continue their behavior in hopes that they will eventually gain a form of sentience, then?
Well, possibly. I only know how humanoids that are humanoids work, but if something that can naturally control the landscape actually gains the ability to talk and may even be willing to, that would stand to help Highshire more than possibly disturbing them now.
Well,
That's certainly a fascinating theory.
Yeah, besides, they're not hurting us anyway.
I understand.
At the moment.
But if these beings truly aren't hostile, they'll look at Seeker with a sense of curiosity and not hostility.
Oh yes, I say Seeker going in is the best option. I'm just not so sure us following might be so good, seeing as they still seem... Well, every other example has attacked us, and this is the only change so far, I guess.
I understand now.
This behavior may be caused by the source of whatever energy lies within. I'll have Seeker look around some more, and then attempt to interact, given what it discovers.
Okay. So, what would you have Seeker do?
I want Seeker to try and see if there's a way it can get inside the building and peek around. Obviously, trying to be stealthy.
Okay. So, have Seeker, for one thing, make a stealth check. All right. Pretty well sneaky. And Seeker would survey its options. It would look around and see that, for the most part, all of the entrances on the essentially ground side of things, in terms of windows and doorways, anything that would be intended for human entry, is widely blocked off by flora.
Does it seem to be intentional, these growths, or simply there's just so much abundance it's happening naturally?
It seems like this magic-afflicted forest wanted to get close to this building for whatever reason, assuming that this building is the source of this magic, which is what appears to be the case. It looks like everything was trying to get as close to the most potent source that it could. So all the flora and stuff was growing towards it. You can see that there's roots and growths that suggests that this happens.
So the entryways are simply blocked by the plant life taking the path of least resistance, then?
Yeah, more or less the exterior of this place is encompassed by vines and flora. The only discernible entrance that you can see is the hole in the top, which, now that you're looking at it as Seeker's getting a closer look, maintaining stealth, you can see that it almost looks burnt around the edges of this hole, as if this was done by maybe fire or some sort of explosion. And you can see that the glow coming from inside of this place seems to be concentrated directly downwards from this hole, as if something had crashed through the ceiling.
I see. Yeah. Given that's the only place and probably the best place to start, Seeker will see if he can down the hole.
Okay. It would go down, trying to get as close to the edge as possible without alerting anything, being as quiet as it can, tucking in its mechadendrites to not disturb anything that's happening. And there would be a natural sway that all of these creatures have. Like they sway almost in unison with one another, slowly back and forth over the course of a couple seconds. Looking down at the center, you can see that there is almost like a glowing scorch mark that is at the center of this house where all the vines seem to congregate towards. It's as if there was some sort of anomalous event that had destroyed the roof and was centered on the center of the house, and everything was very intent on growing up to that epicenter. You're at the essentially entrance to this hole, and it doesn't seem like anything has noticed Seeker yet.
It's really odd that of all places for this thing to fall down, it's straight into somebody's fucking house. Almost like it's intentional.
Hey, yo, somebody upgraded my fireplace.
But yeah, Seeker shall continue.
You're going in?
Yeah.
Now, Seeker has to move very quickly in order to not be seen, because there's quite a few eyes, if you can call them that. You're not sure how the vines actually sense a presence. So it would quickly zip in and find some low-reaching vines to hide behind to get some cover. And you can see this is the destroyed livings that at one point was a house. And taking a quick look around, it's becoming increasingly apparent that there's a very circular formation to this, almost as if the entire house is in the rough formation of a spiral almost. Kind of curious. And the vines that Seeker goes to hide behind almost seem to brighten up and quiver a little bit in a almost like a direct response to its presence. It doesn't look like any of the big things have noticed it yet, but it seems as though the floor is reactive to Seeker being so close. You get a feeling that it may be able to sense with more than just eyes.
Yeah. Seeker will keep a healthy distance to make sure it's not grabbed by anything, and continue.
Where to?
The most fascinating thing, wherever this in-park glowy shenanigan is.
You would more or less already be there, given that the top hole is directly below what appears to be the epicenter of the magic. And there is a bit of fuzziness that is encompassing Seeker's edges of vision, which suggests that there is a strong auric field present here, much like in the dungeon from your adventure in the previous night. Looking down at this scorch definitely is the epicenter. You can see that there are destroyed furnishings that at one point may have been lived in, but for one thing, they seem to be widely grown over and destroyed by the flora. And for what little isn't destroyed, it just seems to be riddled with age.
Right. I suppose I want to try and have Seeker see if he can spot something of where all this flora is trying to get to, and see if he can pretty much see what fell through the roof. What doesn't belong here.
Okay. Have Seeker roll investigation.
Okay.
Yes.
You would take a look, and it's really difficult to see what might have come through the ceiling. And taking in the clues that the edges of the roof are scorched, and that there's not much of a discernible object that's present here, you would imagine that whatever came crashing through the roof may have been of pure energy, if anything. It's hard to say because, again, the center of the room, the epicenter, is completely tangled with all of these vines and roots that are trying to essentially get to this singular point. The human-like nerve elemental beings are continuing this sway. There's the occasional twitch coming from their extremities that would suggest human-like movement, although it's vague at best. It's not as if it was very pronounced, deliberate human movement. It's as if there was some rough, vague imitations at best. There's not really too much more to discern from what you can see. And
Okay, so
vines-
it's not like a meteorite or anything. It was just pure energy that has sufficed and pretty much soaked into the ground here.
Yes.
I'll once again relay everything and the findings to the group.
You would do so.
So there's no object at the center or anything like that.
No. It seems to be just pure auric energy impacted the interior of this structure, causing the local flora to be drawn to it.
Well, if there was some item there, I would say perhaps it would be worth maybe going and grabbing it. It could help, but if there's nothing there aside from just raw energy,
I doubt we're going to be able to find anything. The energy would probably mess with our minds before we had a chance to do anything.
Yeah, but all that raw, untapped auric energy? I'm just saying, it could still be of use.
And how do you suggest we be able to use it, Cobweb?
Well, okay, you got me. Not now. But later on, you know? All we gotta do is relay this information to Highshire, and they're on it like stink on shit.
yeah, but I feel like they would just end up destroying it is the issue.
Well,
If we could find a way to store it somehow, harness it.
I don't got the equipment for that.
We
Neither
lack
do
the
we.
means to do so.
Hmm. Well, let's make an entry for our notes. Maybe you could come up with something, Ren.
Perhaps. I recall those artificial cannons Highshire has been making use of as of late. Specifically those gemstones that are capable of storing arcane energy. If I were to get my hands on one of those, I might be able to fashion something.
I doubt they'd even let you get a hold of one, but it's worth a shot.
Regardless, I suppose Seeker can test and observe these nerve elementals' strange behavior. To see
They seem to just be swaying so far. They do anything that seems like typical family?
I'm just curious what they've been observing to want to do that personally, but we can see what they do if you don't mind risking Seeker potentially, that is.
Seeker should be able to escape easily.
It's your flying automaton, so
Yeah, Seeker's gotten out of worse scrapes before, I think.
But yeah, I want Seeker to quickly zoomst out of the building, quietly as he can.
All right, one more stealth roll from him as he's making a speedy exit.
get that Steph check.
Hey!
I speak English, I swear.
I think I do too sometimes, I think.
Observing what you perceive as eyes from these creatures, you wait until an opportunity presents itself, and you can see that the movement among the vines that Seeker is next to only seem to further hype themselves up. But before long, you see an opening, take it as quickly as you can, and Seeker would zip out around the vines, up out of the big opening in the ceiling, and makes it out without any difficulty.
And then last thing we're doing here is testing this strange behavior. I want to see if Seeker can find a nerve elemental that's by itself that is exhibiting this strange behavior.
So you do have something of an angle to one that is somewhat isolated. Everything within there is pretty compact, but you do have a angled view of one of them. They're not as separated as you may like them to be, but they're there nonetheless.
And they all still appear to be on the same wavelength of swaying.
More or less, yes.
Right, this one specifically, is it exhibiting any human behaviors?
You would take a look for a while, and as I said before, there's some vague flicks and twitches that are almost as if it is imitating some sort of vague interaction. It's very interpretive. It's not extremely pronounced, but it's definitely doing something that you would attribute to human-like movement. Given its form is human, it's par for the course, but it's ultimately vague at best.
Right. I want Seeker to, keeping well out of reach of this thing, to pretty much get into its periphery and pretty much sway in the air back and forth, distractingly, and also taking the dodge action.
Okay. You would make an effort to make Seeker presentable towards this elemental creature and would begin to sway. And it's not before long before the skull-like manifestation at the center of the nerves would seemingly notice Seeker. And this almost instantly, as soon as it does, it would tense up, and you would see the skull portion twitch a little bit erratically, breaking out of this swaying trance, not seeming to regard Seeker's attempt to imitate it. And you would see that those nerves flare up a little, and you hear it make something of a noise.
Oh, yeah, no, Seeker's fucking off immediately.
Out of there! And away Seeker goes.
Yeah. Just to make sure I don't lead it back to us, Seeker's taking a roundaway path to us.
Alright. Away Seeker goes. And you can see that the almost weird cloud-like glow around the center area where the house was seems to be stirred a little. But alas, Seeker is out of there, takes the long way around, and within 2 or so minutes, Seeker comes back, unharmed.
Hostile, regrettably.
It is?
You know what this sort of comes across as?
What?
Tribal behavior.
Suppose you would have knowledge of that, wouldn't you?
I mean, in a way. I mean, you gather a few of your own, regardless of what your own happens to be made of. Other things around you that are unfamiliar, like pointing up the Seeker there. You obviously don't really want to trust, but your pack is something that you feel safe in. Whatever they're trying to do, that may be imitating whoever was living in that house before.
And
From what I've heard of these nerve elementals, I've kind of got a theory of what happened here, but I don't think you guys are gonna like it.
I mean, we're all about Phoebes here, so shoot.
Yeah, fair enough. What if the nerve elementals were the family?
it's possible.
And being exposed all at once to all that auric energy might have done that to him. He points in the direction of the nerve elementals.
I mean, you didn't see any sign of any Seeker didn't see any sign of any bodies, did they?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, nerve elementals typically, they pick up the earth around them, so that tells me that their vessels don't have to be living.
I mean,
Fair point.
that one had a skull, didn't it?
All of them do. It is not known yet whether or not this is some form of intimidation tactic. But
I doubt it.
regardless, all of the elementals there seem to have been tapping into some kind of wavelength of an arcane nature. I imagine the energy that fell into that structure has drawn such creatures to it, and seems to be affecting them to its signature in a way. However, it's not all-encompassing, seeing how as the nerve elemental is able to break out of its stupor and ready itself to attack as all the others we've encountered.
Oh. Personally, I call this a observation well done. This went certainly better than the last couple of days. Off to Highshire, then?
Yes.
All right. And with your findings having been concluded, off you would go, continue along the path back towards Highshire. A good 2 or so hours would pass, and it's getting into pretty late morning by now. And you would see, as everyone continues, there is the continuing arcs of the valley where the rock seems to take on an almost imitative form to the greater rings, which are dwarfing all other land formations within this part of Helios. And going off of previous perception checks, it would be, let me see, it would actually be Dagny to notice the next curiosity on your way back. Now, you had a pretty good idea on the safe route to take, but it wasn't step for step. There are slight deviations. And you would notice a curious second formation on your way back. You would see that there is something of a clearing as you're coming out of a forested area. And off towards your south, not too far off your beaten path, you can see there are signs of foundations and rubble. At one point there may have been something of a settlement there. And there is a large circular ring that is a depression into the ground. And you can see right in the center of this depression, there is a seemingly good-looking sword that is stuck directly into the center. And there is something like a almost cloak suited for one's head, almost like something like a cowl that you would wear that is draped over the hilt, that is laying on top, that is floating or fluttering in the wind, that is through the valley.
You said it's a depression?
Yeah, circular depression, like a little incline that goes down a good 10 or so feet, and then it levels out. There's this circular, almost looks like a ring of some kind, maybe for herding cattle, maybe for combat. And the center there is that aforementioned sword, which does not look rusted.
That just screams trap to me.
Well, how far away are we from it?
Like a 200 feet or so.
Yeah, I want to get closer.
I'll
Okay.
follow suit.
Oh, we'll go in this direction now.
Yeah, I'll go too, why not?
You
I
would take a
assume
slight detour.
You pointed this out to everybody?
I mean, Dagny sees it, but she doesn't really say anything. She just starts veering off that way.
Where are we going?
Like like you can't just have a sword in a rock and not expect someone not to pull it or attempt to.
I may not be the right man, but I pulled out the rock and with the stone, and I
Ah, I
swung the
see.
rock stone at somebody. I am
Okay.
worthy.
You are Hordner.
Hmm.
Where
All
are
right.
we going, Dagny?
Like I think she's kind of hyper focused on it because of her natural curiosity. It's like there's something over here. I want to get a closer look.
Yes, this one's curiosity is greater than that of a cat's.
I ain't that curious.
But unlike this one, this one has 9 lives.
Ah,
All right,
Man, I
I
wish I
told
had
you
some.
before, no more fucking cat puns. I swear to God.
May I make a rebuttal? More cat puns.
Yeah, just give it a while. It gets old.
Upon approach, I'm just gonna be like just scanning the area for like any recent activity, any like signs of danger.
Roll investigation.
Let's see. 16.
There doesn't appear to be any signs of immediate trouble. There's no glowing trees or sparking stones or anything heliosic in terms of signs of danger. You can see that there's some stone foundations as mentioned. There's the occasional hint of a wooden beam that's splintered off that at one point may have had a house or structure, but it seems like whatever might have been there is long collapsed, as there is overgrowth that seems to have eaten away any wood that would have formed a structure. And you would arrive at the base of this depression. It's a 50-foot diameter, and like the outermost 10 feet are a bit of a dip down, about 10, 15 feet as mentioned. And it's really just a clean dirt. It seems to be packed down and hardened with time. And you can get a better look at that sword now in the center. It doesn't have any signs of tarnishment or really anything that would suggest that it's been sitting there for a long time. Although there's no signs of footsteps or any tampering, so if it was left here recently, whoever did it did a great job at covering their tracks.
I'm going to get within 10 feet of it and trying to examine it from an arcane view. Do these
Okay.
items seem magical in any way? Do I see any, like, enchantments on them?
So just going off of your investigation check alone, if you're getting within 10 feet, you can see that there is a bit of a shine to this that seems to extend beyond just the natural light of day. That would suggest that there is some latent magic that was residing within the contents of the sword. It definitely seems magical.
So, could I do a fun check?
Ooh, I like fun checks. What are
I
you doing?
know. I get to pull out one of these rare type of checks that apply specifically to Garrock. So I know how to build weapons. I know that sort of thing. They're usually the way they're built tells a bit about their history and that sort of thing.
Mhm.
From that view, what would I? Well, I assume I have to roll, but would Garrock be able to work out perhaps a bit about its origin?
You can roll Arcana to get a better idea. Or history, your choice. If you're going to go for a more magic latent approach or something for more of the origins of it as a actual blade, you can kind of choose which avenue you want to take.
I'd like to assist him if I can.
All right. Sure thing.
I give myself a guidance too. Why not?
This is either a grave, an arena, or a trap.
But this makes perfect inspiration.
So that's a 21 tool.
Yeah.
You can see that with the way this blade is made, there is a certain texture to the hilt, which does have some latent wood that would suggest that it's made of local materials out here. It's a bit different from the wood that's harvested in the Valley of Highshire. So it definitely came from this area. There's a similar purity in the steel that's creating the blade. So it's not like this came from far away. And
So-
you would look over at some of the rubble, and it wouldn't be unreasonable to suspect that there may have been room for a forge at some point. It's entirely possible that this sword may have had the majority of its existence here in this spot.
Garrick just laughs a bit. Oh, that's funny.
What's funny?
Well, it was constructed locally, but not in Highshire. Curious in itself. The rocks and things around you, although decimated, appear to follow that of what might have been once a forge. And, well, when a forge master leaves something behind, it's one of two things. It's either a sign of respect or a challenge. One of the two. Usually both.
Are you saying this indent was once a basement containing a forge?
Maybe not a basement, but some place of great works, as is shown by this sword here.
So you are saying that we can attempt to pull?
Well, I mean, I never thought any of us would get the classic challenge from all of those fantasy books, but I guess so.
Oh, since you are the biggest one right here, can you pose for me?
Gummy goes, excuse me.
I mean, if
Yeah,
you wanted
I'm gonna
to
stop you right there.
So it begins.
I'm going to assume that you skipped over me out of respect and not wanting to bother me. But please bother me, please.
Please put me in, coach.
Not want any more cat puns?
All right. You know what? Maybe I was a little hasty. Come on. Look, you tell like 3 every day. I can't. That's too many puns.
He then starts grooming and licking at his fur with a face of, yeah, uh-huh.
Oh, what? I didn't want to be in your stupid painting anyway. Whatever.
You said there's a cloak that's draped over this sword, correct?
Something like that. It's less a full cloak and more so something that would be that of a cowl with a little bit of a cape. So it kind of stops after essentially the shoulders.
Does
Well-
it seem like this cowl is enchanted, or?
You would look at it, and the way it sort of retains the vague shape of a human head and it almost fills the shoulders to a point, you get the idea that this too, just with that behavior alone, may bear some magical significance. And just looking at it, you would think that it's not as well kept as the sword. So you imagine what's keeping the sword nice and what's doing this effect are two separate points of origin.
I did, while they're arguing over puns and paintings, I wanted to cast Detect Magic.
I was gonna go a step further and go with Identify.
Yeah.
I was going to take a step further and draw everything.
But yeah, while I'm casting Detect Magic, I'm addressing the curve.
Okay.
But Garrett,
Before any of you
Garrett,
go-
do you pose for
Uh,
V pretending to struggle to pull out the sword?
I mean, I have to touch the object while casting Detect Magic anyway, so I'll make a bit of a spectacle out of it, sure.
Awesome.
While
Before any of you
Rin's thing goes off first.
go running down into the pit, allow me and Seeker to inspect the area first for any danger.
Okay. Takes me a bit to cast this anyway.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay. So, you're casting Detect Magic first and foremost on this, and you would get a sense of necrotic energy that is housed within the blade of this sword, as well as a similar necrotic energy and something almost evocative and conjurational, bit of a mix of that within the cowl.
I'll relay those specifics and then add on to that. From what the arcane signatures are relaying to me, I imagine the cowl will conjure something to wield that sword.
Okay.
Maybe it's part of a set.
Only one way to find out.
But what does identify tell me, if anything?
So you're going up, and to cast this, you must touch the item, so I imagine you're doing so.
Well, I mean, if anyone's gonna have to deal with the repercussions of necromancy, it would probably be me, so sure.
You would lay a hand.
Dagny is giving Garrock some space, so.
You would lay a hand along the hilt of this, and as soon as you do, you feel almost a tingle within the immediate air surrounding this blade, and especially the cowl, as if a presence is watching you very closely, having made contact. And you would continue to identify this blade, and you can feel your incantation wrap itself around and through the material. And what this blade is, because I assume you're focusing on the blade?
Yeah, I'm focusing on the blade first.
Gotcha. The blade's secrets would become known to you as you would extensively study this, being up close to it. And you can see there's the image of a corpse with its arms peacefully crossed over its chest. And there's coins covering its eyes, and it has a serene smile on its face that in all this is etched onto the grip of the weapon. And you would get the sensation that the bearer feels a sense of serenity and calmness over the prospect of their mortality and is able to accept the grim inevitable with a sense of stoicism and grace while holding this. One does not fear death. The bearer will still fight to the bitter end against hopeless odds to save their own life, or that of an ally, but the wielder knows that with his last breath, he will... What the fuck? He will greet death as an old friend and go gladly into the light. There is a trait that is innately obtained when holding this, where one no longer fears death. They're not plagued by fear or terror in the face of impossible odds. So you're calm with this blade. It's a calming effect. In addition, if a creature is dealt a killing blow from this weapon, their body does not rot or decay in any way for 7 days, and during this time, the body cannot be made into an undead. They are preserved. The effect also extends the time limit on raising the target from the dead, and days spent under the influence of the weapon's effect don't count against the time limit of spells such as Raise Dead. Should a creature be killed while actively wielding the weapon, their body is also affected in the same manner, and I will paste that into chat for you.
Mm.
How very curious indeed. I didn't
If you
expect
scroll
it.
up, you scroll up in chat, you can see that.
I didn't expect somebody to still make blades like this. How many of you know stories of the ferryman?
Perriman.
This one is familiar. Stories of death.
Sounds
I
familiar.
can, this one can assume is in every childhood stories.
Well, whether this blade is a tribute, something of an honor, or respect, whoever pulls this blade is intending to help the ferryman in some way. Whether that might be by paying, well, doing his bidding very directly, or doing that something of a mortician's job. But either way, that would probably explain the sudden feeling of being watched.
You're saying this turns someone into a Grim Reaper of sorts?
Hmm.
In a manner of speaking.
Is it evil or not?
Well, that entirely depends on your personal views.
This one does
Do
not
you
believe
think
it.
death is terrible, awful, terrible, and evil?
This one does not believe the sword to be evil, but that feeling you might feel may be. You have not pulled this out, correct?
No, I'm just holding it for the moment because I've
I
casted
feel this
Identifier on it.
because simply you have yet to show worthiness.
Well,
Pull it.
No.
Before I do or anyone does, I'm going to, well, I suppose at least try and give my equivalent of respects. And I'm going to place down 2 gold coins before the sword before trying to attempt to lift it.
You're just placing these gold coins in the ground, or?
Well, seeing as there's not really anywhere I can place them that would signify a body or anything like that as a payment to this entity, next to it seems about good. And
Okay.
with that, I will see if I am worthy to pull the sword.
You would pull the sword out of the ground, having paid your dues, so to speak. And as you do, you would see that the cowl that was atop the hilts would almost flutter into the wind with a bit of an unseen force before it would take on a bit of a trajectory of its own and would settle back down at about the height of a person laying just before you, as there would be mist that would descend from the cowl and would complete a form that would look to you with an abyss of a face.
I did tell you.
Man, this is good.
Who invited
Yeah.
this guy?
Dagny's just gonna have her cane at the ready, her arcane rod.
So, while holding the sword, I don't really have a fear of this entity, I suppose, right?
No, you would not fear it at all, and you almost get a sense of righteous judgment as this specter would look on you with an unknowable read. And you would see with a spectral skeletal hand, it would reach to its side and would draw a blade from a scabbard and would grip it with 2 hands and would point it directly at you. You can see that the blade this thing is wielding is almost an exact copy of the blade you just took out, although a spectral duplicate of it. And there's a bit of a reaction from the blade as well, as if this specter is openly challenging you. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh man. A wisdom saving throw. Okay. 16.
I believe in you, Mr. Bones.
You can feel that this presence in front of you is trying to compel you to fight it, as though to prove your worth. And while you manage to stand yourself steady and stave off the effects that would otherwise be manipulating your mind, you are open to make your own judgment as this specter seems intent on fighting you.
Well. So, this is a fighting pit. Would you all do me the honor of standing out of the way, and should I fail, someone else can have a go.
Got it. And then he's gonna out of the way.
You kidding me? pulls out.
Well,
his
hold on,
unmarked-
wait. We can't get in the middle of this. This is a duel.
You kidding me? Pulls out his another paper. This one's getting all the details.
I love that reaction, actually. Goes to pull out what looks like a sword. It's another paintbrush.
It does. It has like a guard and everything.
He just starts dueling, except it's on a canvas.
Yikes. Mm,
Not enough time to explore the sunken temple, but enough time to fight a ghost. Fine
To-
then.
Here,
be fair-
here's a quick picture of what I pull out.
I didn't expect to be fighting a ghost. I thought it would just be some sort of challenge, not an entire here fight an arbiter of death.
I quite literally told you that cow would summon something. But nonetheless, enjoy your duel.
Be
Thank you.
careful, Garrock.
Well,
whip his ass!
yeah, with that, once everyone clears, I'll give it a nod of respect, take out its own blade, and I guess I'll fight this creature, sure.
You would raise your blade, meeting its gaze, and initiate combat. Roll for initiative.
It's a longsword, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yes, it's identical to a long sword statistically.
Works for me. Right. Well, in that case then, let's see here. Initiative. Well, seeing as this is just between the two of us, not like any.
Here, let me do this for you. There we are.
Wait, I gotta get all the details.
Yeah. Oh, back up.
Of course.
I imagine
Right.
getting that close is jumping into the pit, Vishanti.
Back up.
You would be getting closer, and you can feel there's a cold presence as you would get closer, as if there is a higher power telling you not to intervene with your nonsense, as this is a duel between
Right
two.
then. We're gonna go with initiative. Hit that button. Not bad.
All right.
I get the feeling Toll the Dead's not gonna work on this creature. Calling it now.
Give me just a moment here. All right. Nice. All right. Garrock, you're up first.
Alright then. So I'm going to use my I'm going to use a bonus action on myself. Let's see here. First of all, we are going to cast. Yeah, why not? Well, Garrick secretly always wanted this, so having one patron's deity fight another patron's deity is going to be real fun. So in that case, we're going to start out strong, and with that, I would like to cast my Spirit Guardians, based upon myself.
Oh!
If it wants to fight in an arena and cause effects that won't allow people to leave, then I get to do the same.
Oh, I thought it was fight sword with sword, because...
Oh, don't worry. That'll happen too.
Okay. Let's see. If you are good or neutral, their spectral form appears angelic. Oh, okay. When you cast a spell, you designate any number of creatures be unaffected. Alright, so you're obviously able to target this creature. Your speed is halved. Let's make a wisdom save. Alright. A wisdom save it will make.
I like the effect for this, by the way. It's a very cool one.
That is really awesome.
Like, I
Love
didn't
these
know that
updates.
would come out, but that's awesome.
It would succeed.
So it will take half, I believe.
So 7 radiant.
Let me see. radiant if you are good or neutral, or necrotic if you are evil. On a successful save, it takes half. So, yes, it takes 7. All right.
I can't. That was a main action, so I can't attack with the bonus action. It is its turn.
Okay. That would
And
bring
at
us.
the start of its turn, it makes that save again.
Oh, wow. Okay. Jeez. It will make a wisdom save. It succeeds!
Taking this time half of 17.
That's
Which
8.
is. Yep. All right.
And now it is free to do as it pleases.
It would raise its hands up high with the blade in a very trained manner and would step forth, taking a slash at you for a 17.
Misses.
Oof, unfortunate. Let's see. Let me see what else. It would end its turn there, almost goading you to attack again.
Well, I mean, I'm not exactly one to keep them waiting. And I'll take this sword right here, hold it out in front of me, and go to swing, but I'm quite clearly out of distance, and from it, a spectral weapon equivalent would come flying out towards him. And I'm also going to cast Spiritual Weapon as a bonus action.
Jesus.
Okay.
To
So you're
slam right into the creature.
a 19 is
19
going to
to
hit. Okay.
For 11 force damage, and with that, I will actually then follow that up with my main action by striking him with the blade.
Make your attack roll.
So this is the equivalent of normal longsword, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Do I have proficiency in martial weapons? I do not. Alright, so I'm rolling with raw strength here. Let's go.
Don't you use a warhammer?
I use I believe it's a one-handed hammer, which comes under the simple weapon category.
Yeah.
So slap. Should I just roll strength then, because it's the same either way?
I guess so.
Alrighty then. Ability check, please.
Oh.
Yeah, 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
And yeah, I'll strike down a longsword is a D8 if I remember correctly, right?
It's a D8 if it's one-handed, a D10 if it's two-handed.
It is a
Well,
versatile weapon, so yes.
I'm wielding it one-handed in this case.
So
Okay.
D8 plus your
D8.
strength.
If you're proficient in weapons, so you add your proficiency bonus. Actually,
That's for
do
hitting.
you? Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm dumb.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's
no,
just-
you're right.
Of
course.
Wow!
As if it would be
Let's go.
anything else. As you land a solid strike, thrusting forward as you would pierce into this thing's chest. All right. Anything else?
That will be my turn as I slam, and slam it again from all types of ways, I guess.
All right.
At the
Sort
start
of
of its
its turn. It is re-rolling that save for this effect you're doing, the Guardians, or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
At the start of its turn.
Saving throw. It would pass again. Go ahead and roll damage. We will have it.
Right, what's that ability? There it is. Nope, that's spiritual weapon. 3d8 radiant, please.
It'll be
For
taking 5.
5.
All right. You would see it flurry its own sword and come at you with increased speed this time around. And is definitely going to miss, having rolled a 13.
Damn.
Giving you the opportunity to go again.
Alright, cool. First of all, we'll go with the spiritual weapon, I guess. Get that out of the way. Which is here. I'll just roll that again and not spend the spell slot. That's how we do this now. No. Do again.
Well, I'm
God
just going to
damn.
subtract 5 away. This thing is getting its ass handed to it.
And
Yep.
yeah, we'll do the same thing with sword. No, a 10 will miss.
A 10, unfortunately, is going to miss, as you would hit it from behind, and it would kind of recoil a bit before you would go in with your attack, but it's a little offhanded, and it manages to sidestep. You can see that you're definitely cutting into it, as parts of that original cloak are now a bit shredded, having done your work with it. Although, as it gets increasingly shredded,
it gets
seems
increasingly stronger.
It seems to be moving faster.
Yeah.
Start it. Anything else from you?
No, that's
right.
bonus action, main action, your turn.
Let's reroll the save for the 3rd time. Yes! It passes again. At least can do those pretty good.
Yeah. It's doing that pretty well. Half 10 again.
Alright, halves. And it would once again come at you. And it goes for a large overhand slash. And last minute would feign as it comes in for a side sweep. Let's see. And misses because you are seeing it coming and you're not going to let this ghost get the better of you. You're up again.
It
God
decided
damn
to
it.
have one-on-one honorable battle with a cleric. Yeah, we'll continue to do the same thing over and over, I guess.
Okay.
So we'll slash it. I'll mix things up and slash it with the sword first. Why not? That'll miss. Same thing again.
It
Actually, weirdly
almost mimicking your own movements, taking inspiration, it would dodge out of the way.
God, I hate it when people act like me because it's a really good strategy. And yes, spiritual weapon again. 16.
Beats it.
As for an extra full force damage.
Alright. And is that it?
Yep.
All right.
Same thing again.
Reroll yet another save because it hasn't hit you a single time. Nat 20 takes half.
Wow.
I mean, it's absolute it's avoided a lot of damage by doing that.
Oh, yeah.
Half of 18.
This thing is being reduced nearly to ribbons just by standing next to you in this radiance. And you would see with increased speed, it comes at you within a blink of an eye. You sorry sack of shit. Oh. What's your AC? Is it like 20?
19.
Nope. I hate this stupid thing.
I'm sorry, DM.
Just finish this thing off so we can move on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this. I wanted to be hit a bunch too, don't worry.
Rolled an 11, rolled like a 4, rolled a 3. It's no wonder he's dead.
I'm sorry.
Alright, your opponent is looking rather weak and in tatters. You feel like you can finish this.
2 men enter, 1 man leave, 2 men enter.
Well, let's see if I could at least finish it as the trial intended. 14 is not enough, but
A miss.
the copy of it from my own deity will also strike it.
That's
What the heck, man?
Apparently my god is superior.
Oops, I just subtracted 10 health from you. That is not supposed to happen. Let me fix that.
My own god thought I was doing too well, sabotaging me.
Nope, handicap.
You would take a slash through this with the use of your spiritual weapon, and this thing is only a few threads remaining.
And I'm going to say to it now, it was an honorable duel. Despite what it may look like.
It looks at you with an unreadable darkness in the hood. Still fighting. It seems not to fear you at all, and has almost an acceptance for whatever happens next.
Wisdom save, please.
Look, unless you roll like... oh, God. It succeeds somehow.
Man, it's really good at wisdom saves. What the fuck?
It only has a +2 to whiz. I don't understand.
Damn.
And No matter
Yeah.
what damage you did, even if you rolled 3 ones, it was enough. As the radiance that you are casting would extinguish the last threads of this thing, as it would be reduced into but a sputtering shadow, as it is no more. And it fades away. And you feel a bit of a thrum in the sword that you're holding, as if you have rightfully earned to be its keeper. As you beat the absolute shit out of this ghost, and it couldn't do a goddamn thing.
And it is with that the spiritual weapon slings back into my hand, basically over the one that I've now earned, and the spiritual guardians sink back into me and just everything goes back to normal, like as if nothing happened.
Cool sword.
Dagny will
Yes.
approach the side of the depression. Very well done.
Well, I've earned whatever that respect was, I guess.
Gosh damn it! Now I have to. Now this one has to add battle damage to you.
Yeah, he just looks at himself and is like, oh shit, you're right.
I mean, it did seem like it tried, but it was
Well, you
clear
can
were
try
very
in one
much-
hand and shit in the other. At the end of the day, they're worth pretty much the same.
Please tell me. Please tell this one. What type of shade is your blood? Do you know the pigment colorization?
I mean, I was gonna take off the glove and just cut a bit of it with my new sword just so we can see.
He would
You just
do
see
so.
he dips his brush in your blood.
That's fucking
That's
metal.
metal as fuck. Here you go. Approved.
Why fake it when you can just add real?
No, fair
They
enough.
used to do that. They used to do that, but hey.
Eh. And yeah, I guess I'll place this sword, well, yeah, to my side. This is, I guess, my new weapon for the time being.
I don't think
Yep.
I could imagine anyone else holding that sword.
Yeah, we might want to get going though.
Yes.
As fun as really cool as this hole is, I want to get back to my hole.
I have a question, DM. With Detect Magic still running, because the fight only took a few seconds, the magic from the cloak has just dissipated completely, I'm assuming.
No trace of it.
Yep, moving on.
Does that mean I'm looked over by 2 new entities now?
It seems so.
Hmm.
I mean,
Ain't that weird?
you kind of give off that vibe, unfortunately.
I do. I suppose I do.
Honestly, shit, if I knew you could do that, I'd be looking after you too.
Well, let's get back to Highshire then.
Yeah, alrighty.
And continuing on the road, everyone would. And I think this is a good point to take a 15-minute break because I'm pretty sure I have dinner downstairs.
Fair enough.
You're fine.
All right. We will reconvene at 7, call it 7:50.
Also, I
Alright.
know that feeling of having a cool enemy do shit B-Man is the worst.
I'm so sorry,
Yeah,
B-Man.
Let me see here. Roll the fucking 11. Okay. Roll the 4. Okay. Roll the 7. Okay. Roll an 11 again. Okay. Like
Oh my
what the
God.
fuck, dude?
Wow.
No,
Yeah,
Like it's no wonder you
okay.
It's no wonder you fucking died. Rest in
Yeah.
peace.
Honestly, I thought when he said it got faster and faster as the fight went on, I thought I was going to start making more attacks.
Yeah.
I
It
think
was
it was
based-
supposed to do more damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, don't be. I mean, this is how the dice work. So, anyways,
Yeah.
yeah 15 minutes.
Alright, 750.
Pity.
I think I need him to give me access to that item so I can add it to my inventory, actually.
I think you could get it through the plutonium thing.
I
Either
don't know what
that
the
or
name
it-
of the weapon is, though.
Well, he'll probably let you know.
Yeah.
Because he'll definitely give you access to it.
I love the way there's a note at the bottom for the description of the weapon. Not recommended for thrown weapons or ammunition.
I mean, makes sense.
Ash. Fuck it. Just put it in a canyon and hope for the best.
Here I was hoping for a great scythe.
I mean,
Here I was hoping for a rapier, even though actually no, I can't even use a rapier. God fucking damn it. I can't even use it. I can only use a fucking. Not even a. What the fuck? I can. Oh my god.
Hey, being a rogue fun.
what?
Oh wait,
Well,
you're a
it's-
multi-class.
what
It's
is
even
it?
worse.
I mean,
No, I'm not even a multi-class.
Are you not a multi-class?
When I meant
Okay.
by a rogue and a monk had a kid, I meant that as the same class.
Oh,
Because rogues have sneak attack,
yeah.
I have quick attack. My
Mhm.
quick attack cannot crit, but I can use it more often than a rogue.
Okay.
Even at max, a singular sneak attack will always outdo even if I had 3 quick attacks. But I get evasion, I get a lot of great saves, the same
Mhm.
save progression a monk gets. Also, I get movement speed increase. So, I also get the same proficiencies a rogue gets, except only simple weapons.
so you're playing a homebrew class then?
It is a homebrew class.
Okay, that's why I was confused.
Wait, what weapons do you have access to?
Simple.
Okay, so
Welcome to the club.
you could do
Hey.
you could do quarterstaffs, darts, daggers,
Two-handed
hand
club.
For quick
axes.
attack to work, it has to be a finesse weapon.
Okay, so
That's a very small list.
yeah,
Yeah.
mainly daggers.
Well, the
Yes,
thing
which I
is,
have 2
that list
daggers.
also includes ballistas. Just saying.
Ballistas are big as hell, though.
Well, yeah, they are. But if you ever get the opportunity to use them, you know, anything that you're aiming at becomes paste.
Yeah, let me just add a d4 to my 60-10.
Kitty. Kitty. Look at you doing a dangle test.
The duality of I feel like such a badass right now and oh my god, I feel so sorry for me, man.
There's some days where he's rolling multiple nat 20, some days where he's rolling nat 1s.
Yeah, that's the difference
It is
between
the
this
roll
session
of the
and last
dice. And the dice gods have determined that Garrock shall have the sword.
session. To be fair, last session I was literally almost one shot, so I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, you were due for a W, I think.
I guess, yeah. I have a wand of wonder and a sword of sending people to the afterlife. I know that's more swords in general, but still.
No, this one seems a little more special, though.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't use melee weapons that much anyway.
Yeah,
Mm.
well.
But that effect is going to be real useful when I revive people.
Mm.
I'm sorry, little one. Shh.
I have a couple of like map plans all laid out.
Honestly, that's kind of the strat if we want to like sneak into some place. You just fucking stab one of us, and then someone else kicks them off a cliff or something, and then you're waiting at the bottom. You res
God,
them.
that's just metal as fuck.
But didn't
I
say
did not
it
know
was
we were
for
playing
the
Warhammer
wielder?
Simulator.
Okay.
If I knew, I would have brought more of a fanatic.
Yeah.
God, Emperor! Or Lord and Savior Henry Cavill.
Also,
Mm.
Spirit Guardians, when it stays up, is fucking nasty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you rack
Damn
up
it.
fucking 3d8s up the ass.
The fact that you didn't get hit is amazing, because if you did get hit, you'd have to make concentration checks every time.
Funnily enough, that lasts for 10 minutes. I mean,
Mm.
it's not gonna
Yeah.
matter here, but like that's a long time for a spell,
Yeah.
too.
Fucking B-Man, no wonder he's dead.
I mean,
And let's say you just put a spirit guardian somewhere, and you just hide, and you force people into that area. You're doing a consistent for the total amount of time for 10 minutes is
I mean,
100
wouldn't it kind of be
D8 or
hard?
D6s. The D8s, yeah.
Wouldn't it be kind of hard to hide when you're literally having
you
floating
can't
speckled
hide.
shit coming
Yeah,
at
you
you?
can't hide Spirit Guardians.
Or even if it's someone's got it pinned or something.
No. If I recall correctly, you can cast Spectral Guardian on anywhere, right?
yeah.
So
Yeah,
you...
like if I were to combine that with, for instance, Sentinel.
Oh,
That, or they just have you behind a wall.
Like,
yeah.
Spirit Guardians is useful in very specific circumstances. A duel, for instance, is a great one.
It's a good AoE spell. That does
Yeah, I consider Spirit Guardians to kind of be like the equivalent of the cleric equivalent of Spike Growth for Rangers. Because I've used Spike Growth in a very clutch way, and it was like, oh, this is a good spell because I think it's the same radius
It's
as
15 foot, so
well, for Spirit Guardians, it's a smaller radius. Spike Growth, I think, covers like a very large area.
a 20
And
foot
now
radius.
Gerok has another magic item.
to be fair,
Yeah,
I had to earn
like-
this one.
Yeah, 20-foot radius within a range of 150 feet, like
Mhm.
fucking pog.
Also, I think it slows people down or considered difficult terrain.
Yeah,
Spirit-
it's
Spirit
difficult
Guardians.
terrain, and creatures who move within it take 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet.
Man, just stack them. Put Spirit Guardians with Spike Growth, and that motherfucker's dead.
Oh yeah.
Because Spirit Guardians also halves movement speed.
Oh
Like,
lord,
don't
you're
move.
you're literally moving it up 5 feet around. That's nutty.
Yeah.
Well, it's halved and then halved
Damn.
again, so you get
Well,
7.5 feet of movement, which is 5 feet of movement. Yeah.
That sucks.
Mm.
That'll only take me down to regular
It's
movement.
like, don't move. Just don't move.
I mean, it would still fuck up Vishanti too, because Spike Growth at least does it for every 5 foot, regardless of how much movement speed you have.
Yeah.
Well, I can jump
Fair enough.
pretty far.
I mean,
There's a difference between standing long jump and running long jump, though.
true.
Now, if it's casted on me, yes. But I can... I will have to check. Does...
Just what is it from the top rope? Just a fucking suplex
top
slam.
Because actually, next... at 6th level for Sprinter, starting at 6th level, moving through difficult terrains costs no extra movement, and you also can pass through plants without being slowed by them, and without taking damage from them if they have thorns, spines, or similar hazards.
Oh, that's like what is it called? It's ranger. What is it?
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. It means it's... Sprinter gives a lot of abilities to help you keep on moving. You're a locomotive, essentially. You just keep on chugging along. Oh, this is some good soup.
Soup.
I can't wait for 7th level, man. I can't wait for Cobweb to be able to see the future and shit.
I'm excited to finally get back to Highshire because V is definitely interested in taking up on the favor from you.
Jesus, okay.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Learning
We're doing it. Oh, yeah.
I think everyone's back already.
Are we?
Stuff I'm at. I mean, yeah,
Everyone was just talking.
yeah.
Fair.
Hello.
Oh, I guess we're already back. Alright. Give me a minute to finish up here.
God, a
About 5
journey to
minutes.
the afterlife is going to be such a pleasant experience for Garrock now.
Mm.
0
Honestly,
fucks given.
I expected that sword to be super cursed.
Mm.
I mean, it's going to be super cursed for anyone else who isn't Garrock.
Yeah, no, from like the initial description B-Man was giving, I expected like the curse being once you hit 0 hit points, you just fucking die.
Well, identify does not identify curses.
No. It could probably be cursed. I mean, I don't know. Do I have to attune to this item, DM?
No, you do not.
I knew I bought this fucking bread for something.
By the way, what's it actually called? Because I don't know how to add it to my sheet.
Let me see. Honestly, it doesn't really have a name. It was just
The
found as it
Stonebringer.
was. So, well, I mean, I guess technically the name is the Longsword of Peaceful Rest, but you can name it whatever you want.
Sweet. How do I add one of those to my sheet?
So, I don't have an item card for Drag and Drop, because this is just a longsword with that enchantment.
Okay.
A homebrew item, I assume.
You could just drag and drop a long sword from the thing and tinker with it.
Works for me.
Yeah.
That's what I would say. You can put a longsword in there, and then I did make. Hang on a second. Can I like? I can't. I wonder if I can like. No, I can't. What the fuck? Fine,
Where
do
do
like
I
that.
search to drag and drop things?
Here, I'm gonna bring it real close.
Yeah.
There's a compendium section on like the second rightmost tab.
Yeah.
There should be a thing for items, and we can look up long.
Yes,
There it is. Boom. Did I do that right? Weapons.
Hey, look, a longsword.
All right. And what I can do here, because I can access the actual text. Let me grab it. God damn it! Where was that?
Does this count as a +1, or is it still a normal longsword?
So it's a magical longsword, but it's not a +1. It just has
Okay,
the attributes
that-
mentioned in the enchantment.
Good to know.
But yeah, it'll still cut through resistances, which is still nice.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's magical. It has an ability. Fantastic. I am happy.
There we are. Let's
Lovely.
give it a slightly cooler looking thingamajig, why don't we? Let's see. What's a cooler looking longsword? Yeah, that's how I envisioned it. Boom. So if you look at inventory,
Ooh, that's
you should
pretty.
now have... Yeah, now you have that there. I did not mean to do that. Oops. Cool. Alright. Wait, what the hell do you mean not proficient?
He's not proficient in them.
Yeah, not
He's
proficient.
fine. It's
Oh, it's you're only proficient in simple weapons. I thought that was an actual mistake. Okay.
No,
No.
So yeah,
that's
Marshall. Wow.
I am-
All right.
I am
And
proficient
you still
in
did pretty
all
well.
armors because I'm a forged domain cleric, but normal clerics
mhm.
don't actually get heavy armor either.
yeah. I think do war domain does war cleric get?
I was not aware of
I
that.
think so, yeah.
Yeah, war clerics get proficiency in martial
I
weapons.
believe Twilight Domain and Peace get it as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
By standard, no. No, I don't have proficiency, but I might
Wow.
be tempted to get it now with this sword.
I've yet to see a class that doesn't have that. I can't remember if I think I've played as a cleric before. Have I? Must have been it must have been way back on tabletop. Huh.
Yeah. By default, they only get simple weapons, light and medium armor, and shields.
Yeah.
Still, it has useful applications, I'm sure.
Yes, it does.
If we fight any Zambambos.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, they stay down, which is very appropriate for you.
Mm.
Brave get it. Life get it.
All right,
Victor gets it.
Mm.
Order.
let's continue forward. As the
Go,
party
well,
will now head for that final stretch to get back to Highshire's territory.
And that
One
will
more
be
round
8
of
minutes.
perception rolls from everyone as we close the distance.
I might come up with a different name, but that one's pretty good.
20,
Nat
let's go!
20, let's go!
Oh, another nat 20. Oh my god!
Everyone is like
We see
super alert.
everything.
I'm seeing sounds and shit.
I can see colors!
I can see noises.
Whoa, I could see that god over there. Oh no.
I can
Oh,
see
wait,
forever.
I can smell the colors.
Orange
See
is my
the future,
favorite
bro.
spell.
God.
Ooh. Ooh.
Having a new sense of almost reinvigoration, you especially, Garrock, everyone would continue forward. And with the remnant rainy clouds clearing, everyone would have a clear view of the arcing valleys as you would make that final stretch through the weavings of the hills and cliffs and beginning to ascend upwards on that final large set of mountain cliffs that would back Highshire. And going off of everyone's pretty exceptional perception checks, for the party at large, as you're climbing and getting this awesome viewpoint, you would look back and you would see the far great ring that's at the far reaches of the Chromatic Mountains is glowing very suddenly. It almost seems like it's decided to accumulate a discharge of auric energy as it courses around and through the heliostone on that great far ring. It looks as if it is slowly beginning to charge up once again. For what reason or what outcome is yet to be determined.
Yeah, Dagny is definitely quickening pace.
Hmm.
Because she remembers what happened last time.
Getting a increasingly good view of the horizon, the glow of the ring seems to have this halo effect on a good portion of the horizon, as though there's a mist in the air back there that's giving almost like a refraction, as if there is an angelic halo around that far ring. And you are particularly disturbed at seeing this because you are almost at the base of the great arcing ring of Highshire that's on top of this mountain peak that you're continuing to climb. You don't see any buildup of aura on it just yet, but you can't imagine it's going to stay like that for long. So you would continue to rapidly climb. And because we had some good checks as well, you would also notice to those far regions, you would see 2 falling stars that would impact around the far east of the arcing valleys. A bit of a departure from the route that you had taken, but there's still clearly activity taking place as creatures evidently are descending to Helios still.
Do they ever relent?
Also worth mentioning, if I haven't before, all of the falling stars that are coming down, those white shooting star trails, they all come from the direction of the northwest. So they arc over from that direction and land in their destinations.
Oh, so like something like through them a fuck ton of distance.
Yeah, they're getting mortared. They're not falling from the sky.
Oh,
They're coming from
okay.
the sky.
Having this vantage point for those who are only just seeing this, you would now see, having this high up point, you can see very clearly they're all coming from a singular point in the far northwest.
Gonna try and like, I probably can't see the pillar from here, can I?
You can see the vague silhouette, but with the mist to the far north, it's kind of hard to see in great detail. But it is visible.
Did it seem to come from beyond the pillar?
It's well within the area of the Arcing Valley, so it's due much more south than the pillar, southwest.
Okay.
So it's still within kind of the biome that you're in, per se.
It was like towards the Chromatic Mountains, if I remember correctly.
Not. It's less towards the Chromatic Mountains, more so in the center of this landscape that you would just tread.
Okay.
You said
You
from
can't-
the northwest?
From the northwest is where all
Right.
they come from. They descended. It's a little more east where they landed. Like, if you take a note of trajectory, it's along your trajectory with like a good maybe a couple of miles eastward. You imagine maybe that's an educated guess onto where you are. Hard to know for sure.
Yeah, Dagny's just gonna pull out some parchment and try and see if she can get the angle just right. That way, when she looks at the cartographer correlator, she could try and pinpoint a location if possible.
Yeah, you jot it down, take note of where you are relative to some particular landmarks.
Well, we're almost there. Thank fuck for that.
Yeah, we should
Fine.
hurry. I feel like that auric or energy is going to release at any point in time.
Double time then.
Yeah.
And onwards you would go. And you would crest this great mountain that takes the better part of the time you are traveling. And you at long last would crest the top of this hill and would get a view of your homeland from afar. Give that a second to load for everybody.
Ah. Home.
You can see that there are the walls of Highshire to the far south, nestled within these mountain peaks that you are currently standing on top of. And you can see it's hard because the entire kingdom is about the size of maybe your fist if you were to hold up your hand to the very large landscape. But you can see that there is definitely signs of strife along the outer walls. It's hard to make out, but given your good perception checks, there is the hint of smoke plumes that are coming from the outmost walls, suggesting something is going down there.
Under siege as ever.
I want to send Seeker ahead of us to check out the entryway that's closest to us to see if it's clear for approach.
Now, granting it's going to be going probably a good mile or two to close that distance. Are you going to send it up anyways?
I'll wait till we're closer as a whole first.
Okay. One last round. Oh,
Don't worry
go
about
ahead.
it.
I was gonna go ahead and since we're getting like fairly close to the walls, I am gonna go ahead and send a message to Inquisitor Akoda.
Okay.
She will say, Inquisitor Akoda, we're nearly a stone throws away to Highshire's walls to give a full detailed report of what we have seen.
You would feel it ping her mind, and a message would come back. Make haste. The seven chosen are assembling. They're about to address the entire kingdom.
Hearing that, she stops in her tracks, and there is just a look of awe and, like, I guess, abject horror on her face.
What is it? Come on, tell us.
We need to get to the inner circle. Apparently the seven chosen are going to address the kingdom.
Well, then I hope you all can keep up with this one, because this one ain't gonna miss that shit.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, Dagny is instantly rushing off, like, at a full sprint.
Right. Off we go.
Running it is, I guess. We're all just going. All right, cool.
Wait, I have tiny legs.
I'll pick him up, whatever. You're coming with me.
This doesn't make you bigger than me, by the way.
Well, you're sitting higher than I am, so you can still be the big guy if you want to.
That's why, I like the way you think.
V just zooms off faster and faster, going near inhuman speeds.
Slams into the wall.
Slams into the wall as he starts running up it.
Like a Looney Tunes hole is left behind.
Yes. No, someone paints. No, he paints himself a hole and then runs right through it as if it works.
To be fair, if I expected anyone in this party to run off Looney Tunes logic, it would be Vishanti.
Hey!
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, it's kind of hard to not trip now you're going down a very steep and continuous decline, and you're all keeping your hackles raised as you don't imagine that approaching an active war zone, fundamentally, the outer walls, is something safe, but this is important. You need to get to Highshire at once, knowing that now it's getting pretty dire in terms of, something's about to go down. Ominous words from Inquisitor Akoda, no doubt. And within half an hour of using gravity to your advantage, you carefully make your way winding down or otherwise sliding down the harsh mountain slopes. And before long, the outermost northern wall of Highshire would come further into view until it finally is in front of you, and a troubling sight presents you.
Oh god, Highshire. What a troubling sight indeed.
Of course, as you would get closer and would see where a lot of the source of those smoke plumes were coming from, at least in this direction, a sight of warfare would come into view. There would be a shredded banner of Highshire that catches the sun's rays, that is mounted on top of a battle-scarred heap of crumbling stone that at one point was the high walls that are now reduced to what is fundamentally a rock slide. There is little in the way of an actual fortification. You can see there was the starting of many efforts to keep the wall together in this particular avenue, but it was all for naught. You can see that there were almost entire trees, which weren't even cut up. They just used entire tree trunks to try to bolster the stone, but it was all in vain, as much of the outer wall is now not necessarily a wall anymore. There would be silhouettes that would be occasionally moving about this. As you can see, there is yet still an operation attempting to patch the now compromised fortifications. And for those closest, as you approach, you can see these silhouettes, they're pretty big. There are the human-sized silhouettes of what you can only presume to be the Shire Guard, but there's others among them. Some are considerably smaller, but many are quite large. They're a bit more brutish than something of the icons of Zula, so you're not really sure what's going on. And making haste, you would see that there is some very strange, it almost strikes you as desperate additions to the Wall Task Force.
And they are bringing out the big and clumsy guns now, huh?
I think I know that guy.
Ogres.
Oh yeah. As for for those who are acclimated with the underground sections of Highshire, you especially, Cobweb, you would recognize those are ogres that are working alongside the Shire Guard. Now, what you know about these guys is they typically don't roam around topside very much at all. Their presence here is a bit shocking.
Oh my god, they're scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel. We gotta get a move on.
That's a pretty thick bottom of the barrel. Anyway, yeah,
Something
sure.
must have happened for the ogres to want to work with Highshire.
Well, considering the walls are fucking broken, that would probably do it.
We gotta find out what happened. Let's keep moving.
You would keep moving, and you would approach what is somehow still barely intact as one of the northern gates, as you would see Shire Guard that are still operating the gate, who would hail you down and would open the gates of a very scarred portcullis for you to be let in. There's a lot of upturned dirt and around this gate, and a lot of the stone is very stressed. You imagine you're probably not the only things that approach this gate.
As we're passing through the gate, I'll ask the nearest Shire Guard if there are any active combatants in where the battlefield is currently.
You would hail one down and would inquire, and you would see that there is a bit of a tired face on this more lanky-looking guardsman. His armor is kind of shiny. Imagine he's a recent addition to the force. And there's bags under his eyes. He probably hasn't slept too good recently. And he gives you a shake of the head. Our most recent attack was about 30 minutes ago. And these weird floating things that just kind of dive into the walls and blow up. I don't even know. Anything goes. But it's good to see cartographers are coming back at least.
The ogres, when did they join up?
I think a day or two ago. A lot of the races that kept to the underground section of the caveways have started to come out, kind of almost all at once. It's kind of weird. I imagine that I think the pillar must have reached out to those who wanted to keep to themselves. They had to break down some barricades that they had set up in the caveways, actually. Looks like they didn't want any part of this, but I guess we're all in this together, whether they like it or not. But they kind of do whatever they want. I mean, you gonna go tell the big guys what to do? I sure am not.
Hey, as long as they're on our
I'm
side.
the biggest guy around.
Yes, you are, buddy.
Yeah.
There you all are. Jeez, you made this one waiting for how slow you all are.
Well,
Well,
maybe
let's
you should
keep
spread
moving.
some of that speed to the rest of us.
Yeah, it would be nice. I'm gonna thank the Shire Guard for the information and keep moving.
All right. And you would hurry in as there would be a little bit of a wait, you think, if you want to wait for a cart. Or if you want to try to go on foot, you might be able to make it in time, given Akoda's warning.
At this point, I'm going on foot.
Yeah, we're just going.
Yep.
All right.
Wanna
You
know
think
what's
you
going
may
on
be
here?
able to...
Shanty will keep pace with the party.
Okay. Now, you entered through a northern gate, particularly the northwest outcropping.
Mm-hmm.
Let me demonstrate.
Mm-hmm.
So the top little two bumps, you're entering through the one on the left-hand side.
Uh-huh.
And you figure to get to the capital might be an hour or two if you really hoof it. So, in
Really
you go.
huffing it is.
Hoofing it without any hooves. All right. Everyone roll perception as you enter Highshire.
Let's see what bullshit's going on here.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Meh, literally average.
You can see that within the confines of the perimeter of the outmost wall that there's a lot of this more unconventional methods of combating everything that's been attacking the walls recently. You can see there's encampments that are along certain parts of the wall, particularly along the turrets that allow access to the top parapets of where you can patrol the actual top parts. And you can see there's all manners of different people that are along there. Almost citizens that seem to have taken up arms of their own, volunteers. the occasional shady-looking figure, ogres. You even see a couple of small, almost looks like you think they're kids at first until you see that there's some hints of green that are poking out from under their very heavy cowls to keep sunlight out. You recognize those are goblins.
My people.
Even maybe perhaps a kobold or two. And you
I
can
didn't
see
know they made
there's
dragonborns that small.
is the encampments, and they seem to be setting up all manner of different devices, and it almost seems to be they're doing some sort of tinker work, and they almost seem to be making it up as they go. There's handymen, mages, you name it. There seems to be a figure that matches almost every walk of life. The more of these figures you see, the less of the Shire Guard you see, telling of a story. Excuse me.
You're excused. dude.
You are not
Jesus
excused.
God.
Yeah, you would continue south, directly towards the capital. And with what you're doing now, being on foot, there's no signs of any carts or any buggies that are openly available. It seems as though every resource is being used in some way, as you would head on foot through, looks like a patch of farmlands.
Question: does this farmland look particularly familiar?
Roll history.
Would I know from this area too if my estate is nearby?
Let me see. It would be a bit out of the way for you to get to the Silverhide estate from here.
Okay.
Yeah, it would definitely be. It would impede your ability to get to where you're trying to go in a timely manner.
Got it.
All right. As for Vishanti, this place doesn't really ring many bells to you. There's a lot of farmlands throughout Highshire, and this is just a congregation of homesteads that you aren't well acclimated with.
We're on the very northern area.
Yes.
Yeah, that would make sense.
And continue we go, I guess.
You would continue forth at a jogging pace. And
Oh yeah, just as a question, seeing as we're in this area, how is the farmland looking? Does it look fine? Does it look like something's fucked up's happened to it? What's that general condition like?
there's some fields that appear to be growing a harvest as you would typically expect. Although a lot of it is seemingly hastily reaped.
Okay.
There's a lot of land that is in a variety of conditions. And going off of your previous perception check, you do notice that there is one thing that you strike as a bit odd, where it's particularly almost when you start this walk at the edges of these homesteads. It's a territory relatively close to the wall, where you can see that there is something of a trench that's dug around a patch of crops, almost as to separate them from the other acres. And taking a look, you can see there is the occasional familiar auric flicker of a yellowish light that seems to be emanating from the ground. And a lot of the crops seem to have been stomped out for some reason. You imagine that this particular bit of ground is not protected by the veil the Pillar of Commandments generates, and these plants may have been afflicted by some sort of auric influence.
The pillar's starting to get holes in it. That's not good.
You would continue on, and you would pass through a small town that's along a very hilly segment. You're about halfway to the pillar. It's been a good 30, 40 minutes. And you would see there is a collection of Shire Guard in pairs of 2 or 3 that are seemingly keeping people in check, assisting with directions, assisting with cargo, people moving things from one area to another. And there seems to be all manners of business, even in a more rural place like this. And as you're passing through, you would see as you're going about the more populated part of this small town that a lot of these Shire Guard, in particular among the townspeople, there's a shuffling of metal that you would hear as you would see 5 or 6 guardsmen in a small group that are in a full sprint off to a particular offshoot of town, and you can hear that they are yelling something to their fellow guardsmen that are around the area. You can see that there's 2 that were assisting a middle-aged man, looks like directions on top of a cart, and they drop what they're doing immediately, and they all start sprinting off in that same direction. Within a couple of seconds, that group of 6 turns to a group of 12, and they're all going off.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
How close said group of guards? Just out of curiosity, like, do they run by us basically?
About 30 feet off at their closest.
Fantastic. I don't know what they're going to go and do, but as they run by, then 4 of them, I'll cast Bless upon them.
All right. You would do so, and you would see a couple of them kind of turn, and they would catch wind of you with your somatic components, and they give a smile and a nod as you hear one of them shout over the clashing of metal. "Thank you, citizen! We're gonna get him this time!"
I believe in you. Yeah. There we go. Helping out where I can.
Yeah. And you would continue on, as it looks like all the guardsmen in the area had charged off for whatever that was. And you kind of pass by the town square, where you can hear yet more yelling, except this one is not from the Shire Guard. It's coming from a different voice. And this is a bit out of the way from the direction you're going, but you can hear there is a voice echoing along the sides of the houses and alleyways, as you would hear someone calling out to presumably a crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen of the kingdom, gather round and feast your eyes for a sight to behold laid here for all. Power within reach for anyone. A revelation to give power back to the people."
Oh no.
Oh dear.
This
This one's intrigued. Sounds like a great offer.
Sounds like we're about to get distracted from the speech.
Sounds like a scam.
Sounds like a scam.
that's what it sounded like to me.
Did seem something like that.
Oh,
But-
truly.
I'm gonna slow down as we pass by this guy,
Okay.
wherever he's announcing.
Yeah. You would pass by, and you do get a bit of a view of a crowd, and there is a man standing above them that appears particularly well dressed, that has this very ornate dress coat, top hat, and golden accents along all of it.
Does he have a twiddly mustache too?
Regrettably, no, as you can see by the description.
Oh, little shit, clean shaven.
He's going for the scab artist attire and doesn't even have the mustache.
Not even a fake one.
I know. Not even a fake nose and glasses.
Let's hear what this man has to say.
That man already looks like I want to throw him.
You
That
can
man looks
see
like one
that
of those fitness
he
face- wait,
is garnering the crowd. He is on top of a cart that has a large wooden chained crate that is positioned in the center of it. And there's the occasional rumble that's coming from the box. And he is addressing people at large. And he would continue. Come on, come on. This is for everyone, folks. Everyone. And put those holy symbols away, folks. For even all of you blasphemers out there can benefit from what I have to show you. We together bring a presentation to you today to look about these troubled times and laugh in the faces of certain damnation. We will tell you the things boldly that the Shire Guard, at the Pillar of Commandments, that all of that jazz never could. For power is well within the hands of the people, as it should be. I come from lands of underground, high above, you name it, I have been there. And I can tell you firsthand that this is the way that we survive. Not by praying to something and holding our breaths, but by taking action and doing things for ourselves. And I am going to show you all just how to do it.
Oh no.
And you can see that he has, brandishing in his hand, a strange little orb that seems to have a very outwardly arcane glow to it, as he would give it a bit of a twirl in the air. Make no mistakes, folks, I am not one of the arcane persuasion, but with something like this, manufactured deep beneath the earth, this is something that can turn a lowly commoner about his crops into a capable warrior, turning all of the aura flowing through the air, now more than ever, into his power to behold. Observe! And he gives a nod to these two burly-looking guys that have these almost like wife beaters on, and they, given the nod from him, would unlock this crate. And you would see that they have like a good set of like 3 or 4 keys. And they would go ahead and go through the motions of unlocking one after the other. And it seems like they can hardly get the last one off before that crate bursts open, for he himself jumps off in preparation of this, and something comes charging out.
Oh my god, you motherfucker!
Sake.
What the fuck is it?
We encountered these before, remember?
Last time we were here, we had to fight them,
I don't
remember?
see anything. Oh!
Yeah,
Yeah.
the plant monster.
One of these jackasses put one in a box!
And is now going to try and scam people because...
Well, let's see what he does before we have to act.
it's
Yeah,
not
no.
going to go well. I hope he gets killed.
I wanted to, be ready. If the beast goes towards the crowd of people, I want to be ready to intervene.
All right.
I will do the same.
V is confused. The fuck is that?
Don't move.
You would see that there are... Actually, everyone can roll perception checks as you're surveying this spectacle.
God.
Hey
Thanks.
DM, am I able
Yes.
to take the long way around?
Wow.
with my
Oh.
speed and
Bad time all around.
get
Yeah.
not like behind, but in the direction of behind. Like,
I have
where
no
they-
idea what you mean by that. Like, where are you...
So, give me a sec. Do I have the ability to draw?
No.
Here. This is where people are at. Here's the party. I want to go all the way into the back area.
Ah.
I didn't even know you can place down markers like that until just now. All right.
And I have no fucking idea how to get rid of it.
Yeah.
I can.
That
There we
works.
There we go.
All right. Yeah, easily done. You can sidestep around. And as for Garrock and Seeker, there's an influx of the crowd, and they're kind of pushing you off to a side, as well as Seeker as it gets batted away by the people trying to take a look before they too would stop in their tracks as this thing would burst out of the crates. And everyone has their hackles raised, ready to intervene, as the people closest to this gentleman are a bit frightened because this thing came barreling out. And you can see this creature is wild and crazed just as any other heliosic anomaly, as it would see the closest target, which would be this gentleman in the top hat, and he has that sphere ready to go as it comes barreling at him, and he would lift up this orb with a smile and a twirl of his hand. Not so fast, big stuff! And there's a flash that goes out that would wash over this thing. And you would see within an instant the green light within this thing is suddenly extinguished. And this thing would drop onto the ground and would immediately disseminate into a rough heap of vines and refuse from wherever it manifested. As you see that orb goes cold. It was taken out. And
It's an illusion.
you can see that there is a immediate response from the crowd as they immediately begin to applaud him.
Like, does it seem like there was any spell with cast? Can I tell?
Roll Arcana.
Come on, baby. 17.
That had some strange properties to it. Definitely some. It wasn't anything minor, and it doesn't appear to have been fake either. That was definitely a well thought out maneuver that this guy did. He must have been very sure of himself. It's almost because you know by now that these creatures are all magic latent, almost to an elemental degree. And as soon as that wave washed over it from the orb went cold and gray, and so did all of the latent green energy coming from the extremities of that creature, as if all of the magic was suddenly dispelled. So you imagine that was some sort of magic neutralizing artifact that he used.
Arcane EMP.
I would like to approach the remains of the creature where it fell.
So there's a tight crowd up there, which is now applauding him.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and push my way through, like Assassin's Creed style.
Okay. Roll strength, because a lot of people are trying to do the same.
Just send the shield guard in.
14.
You can push through a whole bunch of the people who are off to the side, and it's difficult to close that final gap to get to the actual interior of the circle here. But you do get close enough within like a 1 to 2 person radius where you can get a clean look at the remains of this creature. It's definitely real, and based on the trace smolderings of the green energy that are still leaking out from this, I mean, it definitely doesn't seem like it was any sort of trick. It definitely was stopped dead in its tracks.
I'm gonna try and listen to the rest of this guy's pitch.
Okay. He would continue. Everybody, you're so kind, and I thank your audience. I thank your trust in me and everything that I have come to bring to you today. As you know, the Shire Guard, our brave knights in shining armor, are stretching increasingly thin as time progresses, and the ability to fight them, those things out there, grows ever more dwindling. That leaves everything to us, to me, to you, to everyone else who lives inside of this kingdom. And who are we if we have no way to empower each other? And who are we if we cannot trust one another? That is my proposition to you today. I, along with everyone that I come from, I, Sir Reed, with my Reed Corporation and all of their affiliates, from the nobility from the interior, to those from the underground, and those in the far reaches of the kingdom in districts ill-trodden. All of us are working together, and we hope that we can have the support of the general audience of the larger public as we come together, not as divided cultures in these end times, but as one united people. To trust us as we occupy your space and break bread with you and fight alongside you. We bring you artifacts long kept within tucked up sleeves. Now is the time to use them as we bring our own culture, to your doorsteps. I only ask that you accept our presence and put trust in us, as we put trust into you, as a mutual bond to push forward together. Those between all far reaches of the kingdom, no matter how they may come across, we all are in the same boat, here and now today.
Can I make
And
a
as I have
history
proven
check
to all of...
on Reed or Rand Industries?
the Reed Corporation,
The Reed
as
Corporation.
he put it. What do you try to do?
History. Have I ever heard of that? It
You may
sounds
roll
like it's
history.
super important.
Could I also make a check?
Yeah.
While he's doing that, can I try and insight his spiel to see if it's well-intentioned or if there's ulterior sketchiness to it?
Yeah, I was just
All
gonna
right.
ask the same.
We'll make this a group history check, and then you can use your magic lie detector. And
Okay.
Oh, we're just making a history check with it? Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I'm like,
you're essentially you're all gonna be putting your heads together to reference whether or not you've heard it. Essentially, is what that boils down to.
Probably not.
I don't fucking live here, so I'm pretty sure it makes sense for the history check.
yeah, it's fine.
Fair.
Like I'm thinking like given the Silver Hide's like reputation, she'd probably heard
Yeah.
of some of the corporations.
I just want to see if he believes in his product or not, really.
Yeah, Rin, roll
Insight?
insight.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Spicy.
Oh,
Magic lie detector indeed.
God damn. Well, let me just give it to you straight, I guess. Since you're apparently an expert people reader out of buttfuck nowhere.
Comes in handy sometimes.
Everyone put their heads together and you would mutter amongst yourselves on what this means. Now, Cobweb, you haven't heard of this Reed person or this Reed Corporation or whatever he's referring to. That's completely over your head.
Yeah,
given
I
your
was born in
stature.
a hole, so yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't go to Goblin College.
However, he did speak of far-reaching areas, the districts less traveled, the underground sections of the kingdom, all which are not really actively trodden by what you can consider the officials of Highshire. It almost strikes you, using the intuition that you have, that these guys may come from a shadier background or an area that
it might be like a organized crime type deal. I see.
Exactly. And for everyone else collectively, that's the general I mean, you are able to surmise he's not being dishonest here. It seems as though he is genuinely trying to garner trust of the public. And for you, Dagny, you have heard a thing or two about this Reed nobility line. Although it's nothing recent. You haven't really heard much from them in the past probably 20 years of what you can discern from your text on all of the economic history that you've read on Highshire. They were prominent within the interior at one point, but after a while, mentions of them just seem to have stopped for a while. You're never really able to figure out exactly why. It seems as though with your collective group think that this guy may come from a lesser traveled part of Highshire and is genuinely trying to gain the trust of the public eye.
But for what reason?
As for you, Rin, going off of your intuition, rolling a nat 20, you can see that there's no lies in what he's saying, but there's a smile that he has on his face that just seems a little too giddy for the dire situation that everyone else seems to be living in. There's maybe an ulterior motive to what he's going for here. As for what that is, you really don't know.
So he is trying to help, but he gets something out of it.
Okay, is this man intending to sell these orbs if he has more?
He didn't
So he
even
just wanted to
mention.
give them.
He didn't mention anything about selling. In fact, it doesn't look like he possesses any more of that particular orb. It just seems like he orchestrated this as a public display.
I'm gonna climb up onto the stage and get close to him.
You would try to do so, but as you would push forth the to the front of the line here of the crowd, there would be one of those mentioned handymen that would immediately stop you as a meaty hand is put to your chest, and you just see a stern 6.5-foot tall man, humanoid, that would look down at you, and there's a bit of a scowl on his face, and he does have a bit of a bad odor to him as he, without a word, would push you back into the crowd almost immediately.
I'm going to fall back dramatically.
Oh!
Look what you did, you monster!
Oh.
Whoa! Oh, you have to excuse me, folks. I understand that these are troubling times and everyone can get a little jumpy, but that is no reason to let ourselves devolve into animals.
You need to put a leash on your brutes! Oh!
Apologies, sweetheart. I don't mean to cause you any distress. We're here for you after all. Here. He would jump down and would land solidly and would kind of wave off his goons. And he extends a hand to help you up.
Hold up.
In a
When I see
very
him jump
polite
off-
and well put together manner. I'm sorry, what?
When I see him jump off, I want to stealth. Does he have a cart or anything that he's like traveling with?
I mean, he was standing on top of the cart.
Oh, perfect.
he-
I'm going to. Can I make a stealth check to get down, prowl, and quickly just like get there?
There's dozens of pairs of eyes that are
Well,
looking right now,
someone just
including the
dramatically
goons who
fell
are
over.
specifically designed for a security role. So you really don't think there's any way to get to this cart without ending up like Dagny.
I can still try because now I have a distraction.
You can certainly try, I suppose. Remind me what you're doing? You're trying to get onto the cart?
Not onto the cart, to the cart.
Okay, you can roll stealth.
Yeah, while V is doing that,
Ooh.
she is going to go ahead and take Reed's hand and say, "It's very kind of you. Thank you."
Of course, sweetheart. I apologize for getting knocked down. Trying to garner a crowd like this and orchestrate things is a tough job to keep everybody under control. After all, it's a wild world we live in. But that's exactly why we need to stick together. Apologies. Could I have your name?
My name is Dagny Silverhide.
Silverhide. Ah, a residency not too far from the interior. I am familiar with your family lineage. I'm pleased to see that you're still around kicking and still interested in moving forward with the way the world is turning. Thank you for coming to my...
I'm
Yes,
surprised to hear from the Reed Corporation after so long.
Oh, of course. We've gotten wrapped up in our own business for far too long, and with everything that's been going on around here, we figured that really we should get back into the public swing of things. After all, if we're not willing to all help the larger thing this is called the Highshire Kingdom, then there's not going to be a kingdom for us to continue existing in.
Of course, but I'm actually quite curious. What kind of business would draw you away after 20 years?
Now, what exactly do you mean by that with what you're asking to him?
Like, I'm trying to see if this is just a get-rich-quick scheme or if he really wants to fucking help.
Okay. So you ask him, like, what's his business here in particular?
Yeah. Because, I mean, he put on a very convincing show, but...
Also, while that's happening, I wanted to discreetly go ahead while the crowd's all hustling and bustling and paying attention to that. Recast Detect Magic. And I gotta plot that down. But then I just want to make my way until he's in the 30-foot bubble as I weave through the crowd.
Well, I was planning on making my way to Dagny, and I imagine I'm not going to have too much of a hard time getting through the crowd.
Yeah, by now the crowd is beginning to calm down anyways, so you wouldn't have any difficulty shifting your way through in order to close the gap. As for Vishanti, you were attempting... Why is there a fucking thing on the...
It's from Detect Magic. I don't know why
Yeah,
it
it asked you
pops
to put
there.
one down.
Interesting. Next time you ping that, there might be little card that designates do you want to consume the spell slot, whatever. There's
Uh,
usually a little checkbox that says do you want to place a marker. You got to uncheck that.
I
Okay.
have expertise in this now because of fucking magic hammer all the time. There's an option to stop using the spell slot and to stop putting a token on the map for it too. I've had to get very used to this.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention to the little dialogue box because that's what's doing all that stuff. That's configuration.
Okay.
As for Vishanti, you managed to sneak past a lot of the more beefy boys that have their attention on what's currently going on between the Reed person and Dagny, and you would almost get to the cart when you feel a hand would grab you by the nape of your neck, pull you back, and there's a sweep of a leg that goes to trip you to put you down. Make a dex save.
Dex save
Really?
or acrobatics, because this is a grapple.
Dex save.
Dex save.
Dex save. Okay.
And
Just gonna skip acrobatics. Let's fucking go! 25!
You would feel a sweep of the legs trip up one of your legs, but you managed to kind of twist yourself and kind of land firm without tripping over. And you would look over and you would see there is this individual who seems to be the one responsible for tripping you. She wasn't there a second ago. Or maybe she was just more out of the eye of the public than you thought. And she's looking on at you, ready to go, assuming you're up to no good.
Well, I'm assuming up there they're up to no good.
what a conundrum this is.
She looks down, she's looking
This
right
is
at you.
Area. I do not appreciate. This one does not appreciate you touching.
I can see through your bullshit.
And
Stay
you
away
are
from the
bullshit,
carts.
So how do you see me?
You really want to do this now? Do we need
I
a
would
second
like to
display?
prefer words over this. This one doesn't want to use words.
Okay, I understand you're a little slow, so let me put this in words you can understand. Stay back.
This one wants to know on whose authority.
This one is going to have their ass kicked if you don't stop with the back talk.
This one is very confused. Where did matters go? As I hold an action to attack if she does anything threatening wise, or I see magic cast.
She has this guarded pose, putting herself between you and the spectacle, and she says nothing further to you but is watching you with very keen eyes.
My friend was just attacked by one of your brutes. This
She's
one's
not-
friend was attacked by one of your brutes. God, speaking in the third person is difficult.
Yeah.
She's not saying anything more to you, but would continue to guard you. As for Garrock, you would manage to get back to the front of the crowd, as Mr. Reed would answer your question. Well, we've been keeping mostly to ourselves in more recent times, but given the circumstances, that's not really good for business. No one's really about subtlety anymore, given everything that's happening. Like I said, we all need to work together. That's-
Understandably so, but this show that you put on, this is something that could be very useful out in the battlefield, especially for cartographers.
Exactly. My thoughts on that is really formulating as I can see there's the mark of the cartographer on you. A silver
Nice,
hide
true
doing
enough.
something very noble. Oh, hello, big guy.
Hello. Pleasure. I had to work my way through the crowd. You draw quite a group.
And you're quite the group to be observed yourselves. Listen, I do have a lot of things that need to take place today, but by sundown, if you want to arrange yourselves somewhere close to the interior, I'm sure that I can have one of my associates keep an eye out for your patrol, and we can make arrangements on moving forward, business, things that can help you out in the field, and things that you can do to assist us on keeping everybody's hackles in order today, and yeah. Look, it's been tough, but we need your help.
Well, I think I can do you one better. I think we could, we're actually making our way back towards the Hall of Inquisition. I think we could put in a good word for you with our Inquisitor.
An Inquisitor! Oh, Silverhide, you're too much. That would be extremely appreciative. I'll have to find a way to return the favor. I'll see if I can dig anything around in my bag so that maybe I could part with you just as we're in the house. In any case,
I mean, if you can bring more of the items like you showcased here today, I think we quite well for ourselves.
roll
The
persuasion.
answer is yes. But we should probably not hang around.
Oh, come on.
Oof.
He would give you a a welcoming smile. Sweetie, I'll see what I can do for you. In the meantime, we best get on our way. There's never a dull moment around here, for better or worse. And he gives a tip of the hat, bidding everyone adieu. As the crowd is starting to disperse, it seems like the demonstration's over. There's a few people that are kind of moving into your space, asking him questions and whatnot. There's a few of his associates that are similarly nicely dressed that are engaging them, as it looks like he's getting ready to move on.
Question. Did I manage to get within 30 feet of him for detect magic?
You did. And you have many pings that go off, and essentially it all kind of hits you at once, but there's pings, it's all object-centric. Things that he probably has on his person or within some sort of confines among himself. Pings of evocative and conjurational, abjurational. It's a whole bunch of stuff that all pings you at once in little pinpricks that suggest magic items.
Any necromantic items?
Let me see.
Are you actually
No.
okay, Dagny?
I'm quite all right. I just want to
Okay.
be able to get close to the man.
Friend of yours.
Well, I mean, I'm familiar with the Reed Corporation, but they haven't really shown their faces around here for the past 20 years, so it was natural to have some suspicion, but if I can put in a good word for him, and they can help at out the Inquisition, then it's a bit of a benefit for us. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I mean, this situation only tells me one thing. Is that it really is bad if the people who like to stay in the shadow are coming out to help.
Yes. And the last thing I would want is for people to get scammed out of money in times of need.
Well, if he's jumped straight past that, well, that's a good thing, I guess. By the way, where's Tashanti gone?
You just see probably by this point, it's just a blood stare from Vishanti with this lady.
Vishanti!
Hmm?
Come on.
But I'm having a staring. This one's having a staring contest with this pretty lady.
Stop trying to get a girlfriend. We have places to be.
I will approach and take Vishanti by the arm, and I will say to the lovely lady, I do apologize for my friend. We're merely inquisitive. We are cartographers, after all. You do understand, yes?
She wouldn't reply, but she gives a acknowledging nod, very, very lowly.
If I'm not mistaken, we still have a speech to get to. Come on.
We do, yes. We must get going, don't we, Vishanti?
She's right. And my wife is much more interested in her at this time.
You have a wife? Questions for later.
Yeah, I just pull Vishanti along as we start heading towards the inner circle.
All right.
Well, more like a fiance, but you get the deal.
We'll discuss that later. Let's go.
All right.
Was there any necromancy for Rin, by the way?
Necromancy. I said, yeah, no, there's none of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
he already answered. That was a no.
Okay.
Okay.
All
To the
right.
speech.
To the speech. Reload.
Yeah. Once we're away from all that, I did want to address the group.
Okay.
Assume we have some time from walking.
There's more than what he says.
Oh?
Though I'm sure you all gleaned that as well.
No.
Yeah,
Means-
districts traveled few and far between. Yeah, he could have just said that they were. I mean, if you've got business down in the Undercity, there's organized crime. That's what it is.
Nevertheless, I think it's high time we let the Inquisition know there may be a man doing shady deals about the kingdom. The last thing we need in these times.
Hush, hush, hush. This one says,
Considering
He
they're
was
literally
not
recruiting
anywhere to be
ogres, I feel
seen.
like they're already well aware.
and highly doubt that she was not using magic to conceal herself. So, hush, hush for now, until we are in a secure location.
Mm.
Who knows if we're being followed?
Besides, didn't he say he was interested in a deal with us anyway?
Well, I
I'll
told
give
him I
all the
would
help
put in
I
a good. I told him I would put in a good word.
I don't trust him. This one
Neither
does
do
not
I.
Obviously not.
Just call it a hunch.
With detect magic still going on as we're walking away and having this conversation, do I detect any illusion magic following us as Vishanti's scared of invisible people?
You would not detect any illusions.
Within 30 feet.
Yes.
Would somebody really hear us from over 30 feet away when we're talking lowly amongst ourselves?
And there's
Yeah.
a crowd anyways.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's people's job to do that.
Look, I'm not a subtle type, but even I could listen in on this conversation with magic if I really wanted to, if that's your concern. If we really cared that much, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Well,
Nevertheless, what was your goal towards the back of that cart?
I didn't find
Shanti.
much there. This one did not find much there.
Mm.
Just her.
Not much there because you never made it to it.
Well, if I wanted to, I could drag her.
Mm.
You should have told me you were
Know
gonna.
about that.
You should have told me you were trying to rob him blind. I would have made a distraction or something.
Well,
16 on
this one
insight.
thought that that would have been enough, but I decided not to drag her as I ran my full speed.
Daddy's
I've
just
been-
giving major side eye.
Vishanti, have you ever heard the saying, sometimes it's good to leave things you don't know unknown?
This one never heard of that. And by the
Well-
way, this one has 9 lives.
Well, you should
Take it from me, bud. Ignorance is bliss.
And 9 lives is a blessing.
Okay.
It doesn't give you an excuse to be stupid, is what I'm saying.
True.
Well, first they must catch the Zanti.
Well, that one did.
Quite
He's
easily,
not
in
wrong.
fact.
Mm.
Well, yeah, but that's why he's got me. That's
I'm the speed.
I
this
I
one's
have
the speed,
fists, I
he is the
guess.
muscle.
Well,
I
this will be
do
combined.
ask the two of you to conduct yourselves with some civility while you are connected to us.
That This
Yes.
one will
I don't
hold
know.
that
It
in
may not be
hand, but
required
this
just
one believes
because
you do not deserve that sentence.
Mm.
Right. Before this goes on any longer, let's get that speech and these things out of the way, and then we can talk about literally anything.
Yes.
All right. And making your way towards the interior, you would do. Clearing out of the homestead area and continuing your quick pace. Another 20 minutes would go by, and you would arrive at the wall to the interior.
Mm.
You can see that there is a relatively clear path from where you currently are towards that of the Pillar of Commandments. And businesses seem to have been put on a momentary pause as people seem to have moved further in. You imagine getting to the pillar may be a challenge at the current climate. Alas, there's plenty of stalls that are locked up tight, and people seem to be always in motion. No one seems to be just standing around.
Mm.
Just gonna keep an eye on my things to make sure none of it goes missing.
Yeah.
Suddenly
Mhm.
reminded that there are seedy underbellies here.
And I imagine we really do clear a path because we have the Shield Guardian with us, so.
We have the Shield Guardian, we have a Garrock, we have quite a few big
Mhm.
guys now, actually.
Yeah.
Red.
As you do, yeah, as you do move with the Shield Guardian, in particular, its presence in the interior seems to have people trained on its footsteps. As the people you do pass, before they even see you, you can see people offshoot towards either side of the streets as to give way for him to stomp forward. You'd imagine that with the Shield Guardians of Highshire on patrol, people know to get out of their way when they hear and feel them coming. So it actually helps you substantially for getting a path.
Fantastic.
People are probably whispering to each other, it's like, who are those guys? What makes them so important?
Why do they have a Shield Guardian? Why does it look so
Hmm.
weird?
You would use this to continue forward, and the crowd becomes increasingly thick, but thanks to your guardian and maintaining your pace, you manage to get surprisingly easy access through on the way towards the pillar. There's, of course, a few grumpy people that begrudgingly barely get out of the way with a scowl, about to say something. Some of them see the mark of the cartographer on each of your clothings and will humor their presence among you. Others just kind of keep their scowl, but ultimately turn away, knowing that it's best for you to keep on your way, especially right now. And you would see there's a crowd of people that seem to be huddled around something on an offshoot in a plaza. And there's a small flying object that seems to be projecting something that seems to have garnered everyone's attention. And as you turn the corner and get a view moving forth, you would see something interesting. It's not too
Whoa.
dissimilar from Seeker, although a little bit bigger. It has a central eyepiece of sorts that's projecting some illusionary magic, and you can see the image that it's creating is what looks like the interior of the pillar. Almost as if it's some sort of broadcast.
Hmm.
What came first, the Seeker or the Seeker?
They totally stole my fucking shit.
It's yeah, Seeker's resemblance to these things are pretty noteworthy. You imagine that maybe some of the artificers in the Inquisition took notes.
I mean, you know what they say about copycats? It's a form of flattery or something like that, right?
Maybe I should have got the secret trademarked.
The copyright trolls strike again.
Yeah, keeping your current pace and observing the curiosities of people during this particular time, it's definitely a stark difference from the behavior you otherwise seen. You would continue until the capital comes into view. And you would see getting closer, there is definitely a crowd that is a bit more thick. It takes some time for you to get through this. And you would see there's a couple Shire Guard elites that are performing crowd control duties with guardians of their own. And you would get some strange glares from them as they notice your shield guardian. They let you forth. And you would pass by one of them that actually approaches you all and would give a hand to the people to the side. Cartographers! What is your patrol designation?
26 and 35.
Proceed to the pillar immediately. All present cartographers are requested to stand before the 7 chosen.
Thank you.
And away we go.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like you're getting the royal treatment.
Can't wait to get a royal ass kicking accompanying it for some reason.
You would cross the gilded bridge.
I'm over here.
I like the little lights on the bridge, that's a nice touch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since we're not part of since we are not part of the patrol, we will be our representation for what is left of 35, unless we find them here.
Mm.
They could be. Who knows?
Mm.
So if our little goblin does not mind, we will walk adjacent with you, but not with you.
I mean, if he wants to get off the shoulder, that's up to him. It's a pretty comfortable place there, though, to be honest.
All right.
Gives it
Continuing-
like 7 foot of height.
Yeah. Continuing forth, you would cross the bridge and make your way to the gilded pillar as the master-crafted etchings marking the entranceway would greet you, with the shimmer of heliostone with the pillar in full view before you, towering over you as you are walking among its shadow. And security here is incredibly tight. You can see there is Shire Guard elite in almost company's worth, as well as the backings of shield guardians. And you can see there's even towering among them an icon of Zula that seems to be surveying everything happening, as there's a bit of a process to get in. It seems like people need to answer to what appears to be an inquisitor that's either letting them in or turning them away. And it seems like there's people from all walks of life that are trying to earn a seat within there. And for those who are unfamiliar, the icon of Zula, which is a champion among High Shire's most elite, would survey everything going on. It looks like this.
So, you said Inquisitors were there, yeah? Is our Inquisitor there, specifically?
You would take a look. It's hard to see through the crowd, but the golden locks of Akoda are pretty easy to spot, but it's not seen here anywhere. It looks like she is elsewhere. She does not have trafficking duty, regrettably.
Shame. Well, try and find the Inquisitor and see where we'd, well, go in, basically.
Mm.
You would meet an Inquisitor eventually, as it looks like they're recognizing the cartographers. They have a special seat in whatever's about to be said inside the Pillar of Commandments. And she is flanked by 4 elite guardsmen, and she would flag you over. Patrol designation?
26 and 35.
Where's the rest of 35?
We got separated. This team got separated. Teleportation
Condolences.
accident.
You're gonna have to give your report to the Pillar once everything is concluded. You may enter, but this automaton you have here, what have you done with this shield guardian? Why is it following your patrol? We didn't designate one to you.
We
It's
found
a
this
story.
one.
It's,
Yeah.
it's part of the patrol. We'll explain afterwards. I can order it to stand somewhere if you prefer.
The guardian will need to remain outside. However, you all may enter. Oh, and that flying thing needs to stay out here too.
Understandable.
Stand there.
It would obey your command without question, as it's getting
Oh,
some
yeah.
strange looks.
I'll send Seeker to perch on its helmet. Head.
Fantastic, it has a top hat.
Hey.
Yeah.
Seeker's
Seeker
a
is
hat.
eyeing some of the strange little projector drones that are in the immediate area too. It looks like he's your scrap metal guardian and your little Seeker drone are among the elites.
It's like, you know, like how when like they have an army lineup, it's like soldier, 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 clown with a top hat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Eh.
And forward you would go, past all the security checkpoints, as the heliostone archway leading into the Pillar of Commandments lay before you. And you would enter.
Guess we find those seats then.
Yeah. And enter you would, as there are a good amount of seats. There's a few elite guardsmen who are allowing foot traffic to go through. And you would follow their instructions. And
While
would-
we're going to our seats, I would take a look around the room, see if I see any sign of Obosh or Thistle.
roll perception.
Is Inquisitor Coda here too?
14.
We'll factor that into the check. You would see no signs of Obosh, no sign of Thistle, no sign of a Coda. You would notice there's one thing that does catch your eye curiously. You can see there's actually 8 seats that are adorned atop a bit of a step up along the platform for which the Chosen address the public. You imagine maybe since there's 8, we might have Sadrius among them now. He was prophesied to become a Chosen, now that you're thinking back to it, as you're looking to the area where you had witnessed the miracle with Obosh. And you would see something curious to either side of the far reaches of this raised platform. There are doors, like these large doors that are very similar to the ones from the High Crucible. They are made of heliostone that are offshoots on the far reaches of the room. And those doors are guarded by these guys here, which you've never seen.
It's new.
Are they like the elite High Shire guards, seemingly?
They have a certain complexion to them that would air a similar vibe to that.
Oh, maybe they're the chosen guard or something. Who
The
knows?
Spec Ops.
Whoa, it's SEAL Team 6.
This is this is something big. Those soldiers there, I've never seen them before. They're we should sit. She'll immediately go to her seat.
Are there
Alright.
seats?
Oh yeah, there's pews and like they're decadent seats where you can be seated. This pillar is very large and can seat hundreds.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, so all the cartographers are here, right? They're all being summoned here?
Yeah.
Well, all the cartographers that are currently within within High Shire, which isn't a big amount, given for the most part you're among citizens, and mostly nobles. There are some who look like more blue collar workers, farmers, and things like that. All walks of life are among you.
Yeah. But cartographers are included in that, right? So
Yes.
if the other members of my, or rather our, patrol unit are alive and here specifically, they'd be here, right? It stands to reason.
Potentially, yes.
Could I try to spot them somehow?
Roll perception.
Gotcha.
I'll give him help and just lift him up a bit.
Yeah, roll with advantage.
Got you. Ooh.
Way!
Oh, there it
Way!
Let's
Height
go.
helps.
You're standing on the tippy toes of the pew trying to get a good look before Garrock would just upsy daisies as you were lifted up about 7 feet additionally, and you can get a clear view of everything that's going on. And
This
you would
doesn't
take
make you bigger than me.
Of course, you're still the big guy. That's why I'm
Yeah,
holding
yeah,
you
yeah.
up.
There's
All
so
right.
many people in here, it's hard to make out individual faces, but you look and look and look and look among all of the crowd, everyone filing in. Nothing.
Anything?
They're not here. I'd notice Cece's stupid face anywhere.
Yeah, well, might as well sit next to us then.
They might still be making their way here if they haven't already.
Yeah, maybe.
I did want to ask, while we're seated here and waiting for the proceedings to begin, is the pillar true to the art we have here? There's inscribings on the walls.
Yes.
I did just want to overlook them while we wait.
All right. So it's heliostone. So it's not like a true actual carving of some language. It's that heliostone trademark blending between something that looks at first like it's man-made, but upon looking at it closer, it's some very intricate natural work that's woven in a very curious way. And there are pillars and braziers, all things like that, that seem to be man-made additions to the original heliostone structure. So it's a beautiful weaving of both avenues.
Gotcha.
All right. And you would see that there are people moving in further, filling up the remainder of seats for an additional 15 or so minutes. There are some nobles that do have the Highshire mark clear on. What was your
Don't worry, just ignore that. I'm just making sure it works.
Okay.
I'm not attacking anyone.
All right.
Come here,
He's
Web.
fucking snapped. Put him down.
He's
Come
going
here,
to
Cobweb. But no, I just wanted to make sure that works. Okay.
All right. That works just fine. I lost my train of thought for a second.
Sorry.
But no, it's okay. It's my own goof. A good 15 or so minutes would pass, and eventually there would be a ringing of bells that would be something of a signal to the crowd as everyone begins to pipe down, as the doors would close and an eminence would reverberate throughout this hall. And there would be a voice that calls out, projected and amplified among the heliostone. By their eminence, the chosen of Zula take their seats. And on cue, you would see that those doors would, in fact, open with a... as there would be a series of beautifully gilded figures that would proceed to move into the pillar. As they file in, you would get a good look at each.
There he is.
Entering the representatives of our holy Zula, Giala of the arcane institutions, Sadrius, newly ring chosen of Zula, hierarch of clerical rejuvenation and miracles, Apollinaris, prosecutor of justice and fair trial, Aphalos, diplomatic word weaver of unity among all people, Valentera, ambassador of nature's ways in coexistence with mankind, Talioth, whose understanding of the mind is unmatched, and Leonidas, the brightest shield of Highshire against all who threaten our way of life. As these 7 chosen would take their seats, leaving one empty. And there would be some murmurs among the crowd as there seems to be one missing. And
yeah, I kind of look to Rin and Garrock towards the 8th seat.
Oh yeah.
We know who that is.
And you would have a tap on the shoulder, Dagny, as there's a nobleman with a goatee that is sitting behind you that's leading into you. And he's like, you think Tragrim's up to his old tricks again? It's pretty in character for him, right?
Who?
Well, the last one, he's always late, right?
Can you spell that name for me, please? DM.
I will.
Just gonna lean back overhearing this and say, as always, one, regardless of how high they are.
Trigon.
The Chosen hears your plea and answers for you.
Troglin! Oh, thanks, guy.
Thanks, Foundry.
Thanks, guy.
Okay.
And on that cue, it is actually specifically that chosen, Athelos, that would begin to address the public at large as he would take a stand, as the rest are seated.
To all followers of Zula, we welcome you to our pillar, to our home, to our highest ascension of following her light. We bring word of revelation, that of her word, and of that discovered of the world beyond. Revelations have been made at great expense to our noble cartographers laying down their lives in the world beyond. If you look to our projectors, you will see our latest findings illustrated to see beyond all question.
There's a few of those golden drones that seem to assemble themselves in the center of the room here, high above the Chosen, and they seem to be creating a field of illusionary magic to give illustration to what he's saying.
In order to understand the world that we live in, and the one that threatens our way of life, we must understand how it works, down to its core components. The energy that makes the heart of Helios beat, and one that bores our threats that continue to jeopardize our way of life. We have learned much on the lifeblood of Helios. Looked and be discovered the energies that make our world. Observe auric energy, the purest energy radiated from Helios itself, often channeled through heliostone structures. This form of energy is the simplest of its kind and serves as the foundation for more intricate energy forms. All life on the planet is believed to have originated from the presence of this force. It is the purest radiance of Helios, how life came to be as we understand it. Compounding that, a form of auric energy known as arcane energy is a more complicated configuration. We have learned over the last century of using this particular energy that it is the purest essence of magic in all its relevant schools. Simpler forms of arcana have been observed forming naturally from auric energy on Helios, as if Helios itself is casting spells of its own accord. However, most known forms of this require a mage to be conjured and are not natural. This is the only known form of energy which can be created by us, humans, living beings among the planets. Let that sink in. We are so intertwined with Helios that we ourselves are the catalyst to create energy as we see fit. Architects of our own destiny. Beyond this, one we understand to a far less degree is lifeblood energy, the most complicated form of energy currently known to exist. Accounts of this are passed down across generations and is referenced through the world long lost, believed to be the foundation of complex life and sentience. This energy exists in all living creatures to varying degrees, and is notably absent in constructs, suggesting they themselves are not living. Dead religions have been known to reference this as the essence of one's soul. Further interpretation is for how to be interpreted. Finally, the latest revelation, one we understand little of. Cosmic energy. The essence which bore the omen which crashed into this planet, threatening everything. It's an enigmatic form of energy with poorly understood properties. Believed to be the only energy non-derivative from the aura of Helios, suggesting extraterrestrial origins. Known to distort the properties of all other energy to extreme degrees. Concentrations of cosmic energy have been noted to be directly responsible for the cataclysmic events that have been set into motion. We urge anyone who discovers or witnesses this energy to inform Highshire at once. Chasing the traces of cosmic energy is the traces to understanding our foes.
And, of course, with the now revealed segment of information to all of you, the projectors would give illustrations of each of these classifications of energy that he's describing for everyone to see at large.
Just as a quick contextual thing, I guess.
Mhm.
When it comes to clerical types, does that still come under arcane energy?
You understand that to be arcane latent, yes. Clerical does tie a bit more into the simpler forms of arcane, almost into auric, depending on the circumstances. So yeah, I mean that's within mostly arcane.
Fair enough.
Excuse me.
Damn.
Damn, he just belched on Mike,
My God.
addressing the people in your ear.
Nah, don't worry about it.
As we understand it, these are the most fundamental principles of our world. Further researching this is how we understand the machinations and everything that comes with it. Cartographers are out as we speak, laying down their lives to bring us this intelligence. The Inquisition has relented much, but extrapolating further on the meaning of cosmic energy is something we understand frighteningly little. We as the Chosen have consulted Zula herself, but have heard little back. We fear that it may be an enigmatic force that may elude even her. Countering the entities that are assailing our walls has become paramount. This is a war of attrition, and we have made strides to develop technologies that could potentially encapsulate these beings. We have nothing concrete ready for deployment, but thanks to the efforts of many of our cartographer patrols, we have recovered evidence that these beings can be caged and potentially understood further once imprisoned.
And for those concerned, that would ring a strikingly familiar bell for the power keystone that was brought back.
Right.
Obviously, you don't see it, but side-eyeing Karok through the visor.
Now, why would you do that?
A final note, one from Zula herself. In times like this, Zula has spoken to us. Her words carry a heavy tone. Every beating heart within her kingdom, every soul, from the troubled laying cold among the streets to the most accomplished noble, every man, woman, child, all of us are her people. All of us are her lifeblood. Now, more than ever, We must be one people. Our enemy finds strength in their unification against our banner. Only as a unified presence acting as the body of Zula can we survive. Her heart lay with the cartographers, giving us the answers we so desperately need. But it doesn't stop with them. We must honor their sacrifices and make the most of the revelations they bring to our home. The sacrifices made by everyone, those laying down their lives, those bravely striding out where men have not tread for a century, those who do what they can on the home front to support those who otherwise would have no help they desperately need to keep going during times of extraordinary crisis. We are one people, and we, the chosen of Zula, are the greatest heralds to this principle. Do not think of us as rulers. We do not dare claim that title. Zula alone leads, and it is up to us to follow her example to a brighter tomorrow.
And as that note concludes, you would all hear there is a sudden interruption as there is a noise of one of the side doors opening yet again. As a figure enters unannounced.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah.
This bitch!
Hang on a minute.
What's up?
No, I'm just thinking out loud. Keep going.
This is about to turn fun.
You just see like that, just
Big
causing
lady!
the betweens of my eyes on the bridge of my nose. Just like,
I'm surprised
Take
you don't want to pick
post.
this for some reason. It seems like it's about to turn dramatic.
Take
There
the
is
prize.
one of those drones, actually heavily modified. It doesn't have the gilded crest. It has more of a silver and more stripped down of its parts that is following the icon of veneration into the chamber, as there would be a few of the chosen that look over to her, but Athelos, the speaker, doesn't flinch in the slightest, continuing on for a few additional minor spiels regarding Zula. And that little drone that is speaking to the Venerator, allegedly, would then zip off as it would fly high above the other ones, high above the crowd, and would begin surveying the crowd at large. As the icon moves forth to the base of their mantle and would kneel, giving a show of respect to them in the middle of this.
Our noble venerator, what business do you have in the middle of our hearing?
The Venerator wouldn't even dare lift her head to look up at them, as she would speak on her own behalf.
By your radiance, eminent chosen, your venerator returns to your keep. At your behest, I request the floor to speak of the truths I have extracted from the lands beyond. My mission was a success.
There's a few heads turning among the chosen as there's almost a silent communication among all of them that seems to echo among this semicircular formation. They all ultimately cascade onto Athelos, the center figure, who, after a moment of judgment, gives a nod to the Venerator. And the Venerator would then return the nod, would stand up, would take a place on the first steps of this platform, would clasp her hands behind her back, and looks to all of the crowd. And you can tell that a lot of the crowd have never seen her before, as there's some murmuring that would begin as this is a bit unorthodox.
My friends, I bring revelations. I come from the grounds of our enemy, pursuing the creatures who continue to threaten our way of life. In my times among the cartographers, among my own missions from our eminent chosen, I have sought out answers that no others could reach, doing the jobs that no others had the strength or means to accomplish. And I do bring revelations, and it is most relevant to the recent findings of our brave finders of information out there. May I add that their note on cosmic energy is of the most extreme importance. This energy, in my experiences out in No Man's Land, it is undoubtedly the source of everything that has come to us so far. As for the smaller stars falling among there, rest your hearts. I'm still looking into this. But what I can tell you about the greater threats, cosmic energy seems to be the culprit. And I seem to have found a great concentration of it. The greatest revelation thus far.
And for those who are being attentive, you would see that the drone that she sent out is looking directly above you guys. Right down at you guys. Deadpan.
I'm waiting for her to say it. I know exactly what's happening.
I'm not even looking at that thing. I'm looking straight at her.
Yeah, I've not moved. I know what's
put my
gonna happen
hand
here.
on my face, like a face palm, and just be like, "Oh, please no, please no! I didn't volunteer for this shit."
Believe me, none of us did.
Technically, I did. This one technically did volunteer, but I didn't volunteer for this.
Shut.
Let me start out by humbling myself. To come from humble beginnings, from a countless string of backgrounds, to surrender your own lives, to go out there with not even a shred of a guarantee. To be a cartographer is to accept the greatest burden of humanity. And to those who have taken such a job, on behalf of all of us, my gratitude is bottomless. However, my revelation has shaken my stance. I have found a concentration of cosmic energy that suggests a point of origin, one higher than anything else. I could say, but I would rather show. Allow me to present to you firsthand the latest in the technological advancements of Highshire's arcane division. Take a look for yourselves at this bauble they have conjured.
And she would present this. It almost looks like some sort of medallion. Some sort of talisman of sorts? Hard to say. But it has this gilded presence to it. And let me see if I can show it to everyone. Here we are.
Shit.
We are no longer blind. We have eyes. This is the first step to better understanding the origins of humanity's greatest threat. Allow me to say firsthand that this, after being field tested by yours truly, works with 100% accuracy. Within a 100-foot radius, if there is cosmic energy, you will know. And you will know the point of its origin as well. Allow me to demonstrate it firsthand.
Here we go.
she would take several steps down and begins to walk down the aisle and would brandish this, given she's very tall, as she holds it high above her head. As there's a flash and it begins to glow very, very vibrantly and produces a spectral arrow that is pointed in your directions.
Shit, what did I do?
Audible sigh.
Oh, come on. As soon as she walked in here, you guys had to know this was going to happen. Let's wait for her to get over here, then.
Ugh.
Oh, shit, hurry
She
up.
has the crowd in the palm of her hands with this device, as everyone falls silent, giving the heavy metal footfalls as she moves in your direction a echoing presence to them that is louder than ever before. As she would approach, as she would wave this back and forth, looking at no one in particular, letting the sensor do the work, as it grows brighter and brighter, as over the course of around 20 seconds, she comes within about 20 feet of you, almost to your pew, when it glows so brightly and points so vividly directly at all of you. The device shatters as glass bits would go everywhere, and the energy within this sensor is destroyed, as there would be a lingering, pointing, accusatory spectral compass that is pointed directly at your party.
This brings me to my most significant revelation. The source of the greatest concentration of cosmic energy I have come across. None other than Cartographer Patrol 26, and those which follow them. Nice of you to join us here in our hearing. This does make the demonstration quite effective, as the ones that are carrying enough cosmic energy to level all of civilization do explain to everyone, including our eminent chosen, why there is so much cosmic energy surrounding all of you.
Dagny
He
will
turns
stand up.
directly to them saying, "What the fuck have you gotten this one into?"
Wait,
Silent.
no, I can explain. We, you see, my unit was tasked with, venturing out into the lands beyond, right? We came across this crazy stone teleporter, and it sort of sucked us up into this sort of vortex. I'm not sure what really happened. I was going to give this all in my report, I swear.
Really? A magical stone vortex that sucked you up? You
Yes.
really think you're the only ones afflicted by the wonders of Helios? Why is it that your patrol in particular is carrying such a concentration of cosmic energy when those that have survived far worse than that, mind you, are clean of any trace of it?
Are you going to let us explain, or are you just going to accuse us?
I'm waiting for an answer. We all are. Please, Garrock, enlighten the crowd.
No. Garak. Rin. Stay here.
V stands up saying, "What the fuck are you two doing? We're gonna
Sit
die!"
down!
What the? No, fuck you!
You know nothing of what is going on.
Exactly. This is the problem. You don't tell us shit.
And I'm about
If you
to
don't
give
say anything, I will repeat the 3-4 days this one has occurred by being with this fucking patrol.
If you cool your tits,
My
I will
tits
give
are
account.
too hot to be cool.
I'm glad this is coming out during a moment of problems.
yeah, Dagny is standing up while this is made, and she will come out of the pew and probably stand within 10 feet of the venerator.
Can
And
I say
say-
one thing, Dagny first, at the very least?
Yes.
This one here, looking at Vishanti, and this one here, looking at Lord Cobweb, are a different patrol. So keep that in mind.
I know. Rin and I are the only ones who can truly give account. But if an explanation is what the Venerator wants, then the Venerator and all of the Chosen shall receive it. If I may have the floor.
Juicy Dagny Silverhide. Please explain to our kingdom why you are carrying such cosmic energy on your shoulders. Have you brought hell to our doorstep with you?
No. I bring hope. Rin and I, we both bring hope. The whole purpose of Patrol 26 was to bring hope. It was part of our initial mission from the beginning. And it will always continue.
Oh, that is adorable. You want to bring hope to Highshire. And how does this tremendous focus of energy bring anyone here hope? It seems as though the crowd is stricken with fear. You're a ways off the mark if you're trying to inspire a crowd, Dagny.
Let me answer your question with another question. Since you've been so highly interested in Patrol 26, what do you think our first mission was?
Your first mission? Well, there was a lot of directives that were given to the first batch of cartographers. Quite a bloodbath it was, but it yielded its results. I'm not an inquisitor, Dagny. Do tell. Where did you go?
This mission as Patrol 26 was to find a startographer.
A startographer. I see. And do tell, Dagny, your mission to find the startographer. Do you believe that you were the only cartographer patrol with that directive?
As far as I was told, we are the only ones who were successful.
And why do you think that is?
Because we were successful.
Success where others have failed. Do tell your secrets if you're able to find a mythical figure in a matter of only 2 to 3 days' time. How did Patrol 26 accomplish that one?
We should let her finish.
I mean, I will be honest. We had received visions from our druid. Visions I can hardly remember because of a process that was conducted by the startographer. But we were able, through these visions, to locate one with great success, and much to the surprise of startographer.
Oh, I wouldn't say the startographer was the only one surprised by this. Do you think that Nashira was really in control of what she gave all of you? Where do you think that truly came from? She's exposed to a little bit of aura and all of a sudden she can see a prophetic vision of the future? One that you can't convey? You think that's a little too convenient? How can you really trust this figure?
Someone actually explain the whole situation before you interrupt and accuse them every fucking moment. Let her explain fully. I know your position is higher.
Garrock, please do not be rude. We are having a conversation.
Enough,
you have some clarification.
Enough! Let her speak!
Fine. Dagny, please, tell us how you're in control of this situation.
As I said, we really weren't. We seem to be, from what I gathered from other accounts, from someone who worked with us who was outside of the bonding we made with the Startographer and the device he gave us. We were given these visions through Nishira, somewhat of a course of action that we had to do for the sake of Helios and Highshire. And we spoke with the cartographer. And when we gave our account to him, he bonded us to a device that would help shape Helios and the course of the future for the better. And if you so wish it, I will approach the Chosen and show off what this device is.
You're going right up to them and willing the cartographer core into existence?
I will walk past the Venerator and approach the steps.
Wow, okay. You approach, and with a... you would will into existence the cartographer core as the 7 present Chosen look on with studying eyes. All not entirely surprised. Their expressions are rather unreadable. None of them speak a word, as the Venerator would continue behind you.
Now, see, that's curious. Now, when I had asked you in that cave out there on whether the reading that I had taken on cosmic energy actually came from where you were, you told me that, what was it again? There was nothing there? Tell me, Dagny, in your hand, is that nothing? I would argue the otherwise.
This Chosen. I'm not even turning around yet. I'm looking straight at the Chosen. This, your radiance, your eminences, is the cartographer core. It contains within it a great map of Helios. This is the device that the Startographer gave to us to the initial patrol 26 from the beginning. We are soul bound to it. He made sure of that in a show of trust, so that not only can we be the only ones to touch it and to summon it, but that anyone who is outside of this soul bond cannot touch it. Now, as the Venerator has said, Nishir was once a part of our group. For whatever reason, the Inquisition has separated us, along with Garban. And then there's me and Rin. Now, if you remember correctly, patrols of cartographers are usually come in 5s. One of us is missing. His name was Mayark's Battlesmith. Right now, he is in the care of the Startographer. But you knew that already, didn't you, dear Venerator? And I turn around to her. After what you did to him.
Dagny, roll intimidation.
Oh shit.
12.
You have that reroll point if you want to use it.
Yeah, I'll re-roll it.
All right, consume your inspiration to re-roll.
Come on, baby. It's a 12.
Question: Am I able to give Dagny a triple inspiration?
No, you only give it once. The icon would tilt her head at you and would respond after something of a pause.
Throwing accusations, are we? After tucking something like this under your shoulder for so long. You want to talk about trust, Agni? Really?
Well, it's not within my best interest to kill someone who is a threat in their dreams. You truly call yourself a Venerator?
The title of Venerator is one that comes from the Chosen themselves. Don't just take my word for it, Silverhide.
Can I stand at this point?
You can. There's the crowd around you. Some have given you space. Some are like throwing things at you guys, like
And
small
I
little
attempt to
things.
intimidate the crowd into not throwing things at my supple goblin skin.
Hey. Hey,
How
hey.
are you doing so?
I'd be like, stop throwing things!
All right, fine.
Stop it!
Fine, roll intimidation.
As he does that, I'm going to touch the shoulder of Cobweb and Gareth, and then tap on the helmet of Rin, and then just nod forward. Come on, follow. This one wants to follow. Come.
Cobweb, your voice is being lost in the crowd. It's chaos.
Yeah, okay.
As I want to lead the remaining of the party, and walk them up behind the Venerator. But not
All
on
right.
the floor, but we're there as a team, as supporting our teammate, who's right now
May I
fighting.
approach the Chosen? I have something to add to this.
Are you going past the Venerator?
If the Chosen allow it.
The Chosen look on stoically as you would brush past and would arrive.
I keep a journal.
As for everyone else,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, I assume they're probably behind me, but I keep a journal of things that are happening. I was not part of the original patrol, like Rin and Agni, but I have been keeping dates and times of certain things. I don't know Dagny personally, not that well, and I don't know Ren personally either. But one thing I do remember was during a time after a particularly bad battle, Mirax had fallen unconscious and was in a somewhat lucid state, as one might be after surviving a battle. And he takes out a journal that had been kept in his pocket. And this is a journal I've been writing stuff in, funnily enough. That's actually in my character sheet. And that particular day, I have actually made an interesting note that might help sway your opinion. And let me actually find it so that I'm saying it correctly. When I observed his injuries, he seemed like he was on the path to mending. However, he began acting erratically. He moved strangely, and obtained a wound for which I still don't know the entire cause. Like a blade wound. It appeared suddenly, refused to close, despite my best efforts, even with the aid of magic. Like as if he was fighting some sort of battle, and bore very real scars. Before he passed, there was one sentence that he did say aloud. It was... And in the book, as he churns it to show them, it is written with the date, along with it being somewhat highlighted as an oddity in his own notes. How could anyone call you a venerator?
And you're saying this to the Chosen?
The Chosen specifically, yeah.
All
just as a thing that I could show, maybe not as evidence, but at least to corroborate that there was something that indeed happened there. From, it's my duty as a medicine person at the end of the day.
Roll persuasion.
Oh boy, persuasion. I mean, let's see here. Right. I mean, even with a -3, that's really good for me.
Yeah.
You would see Apollinaris of the Chosen speak up after your words.
Do you have proof of these accusations?
Well, the great surge of cosmic energy that the Venerators so very clearly point out was the activation of a failsafe within the Cartographer core. If any one of us that was bonded to this core dies, it ensures that we do not. Right now, Mayarx is very within a time dilation bubble with the Startographer, barely within an inch of his life.
Additionally, the Venerator seems to be under the belief that we have hidden and coveted this item of interest, when in truth, upon acquiring it, the first thing we did was turn it over to the Inquisition for study.
Inquisitor Akota is very well aware, as she was the first to touch it and realize what it does to those who are not soul-bound to it.
As for Rin, roll persuasion with advantage, given what you were saying is true, and you have Dagny backing you.
Ooh.
That's very good, that's very good. That's pretty good. It's on 19.
Alright, yeah, so you're projecting your words to the seven chosen who are all looking upon you as you speak, Rin. You feel all of these consecrated eyes taking in your words. For the Venerator speaks up on her own behalf.
Now let's see here. If you did have this studied, and you were aware of the deadly potential that this thing tied to you really holds, then why is it that you would walk so openly around Highshire, particularly a mere feet away from our chosen with such a volatile device? You don't know what that does, do you? It seems like you're not even pulling the strings.
We know very well what it does. As I told you, it shows a map based on where it is on the location. It takes time to charge. It's still rudimentary in its design. But there is chance to improve upon it. We have yet to do so, as we are currently in the search for another Startographer. One who can not only fix and probably improve upon the Startographer core, but also save Mayarx's life.
And tell me how the crux item that you put all of your hope into gives Highshire a future.
Do you know of any other maps of Helios? As detailed as there are, the anomalies, the structures that have popped up across the face of the land?
If what you're saying is true, then why not activate that little bauble of yours and show us where the omen had fallen? Let's take a look together.
Well, I can do you one better. Can I activate the core and have it show the pre-omen anomaly?
You would, as you would place this thing down and would will your intent as the pre-omen anomaly comes to light.
There's your proof!
Really? Now where exactly is this? I see an image, but I'm not familiar with the terrain. Now you who've had this map for so long must know Helios like the back of your hand. So do tell, where exactly is this?
We did manage to figure out the trajectory of where it left, correct?
All you know is the far northwest. You don't know anything more than that.
From what we gather, and from all the falling stars that have been coming from it, it's towards the northwest.
Past the Chromatic Mountains.
We were making our way there, but upon encounter with the beings inside the stars, we came here to make a report and account of what we had seen. But you would know that already, seeing as you've been fighting them for weeks.
That is not my jurisdiction, Dagny.
Then how long has the Inquisition and the Chosen known of cosmic energy when we as cartographers were only given count of it just today.
You think if we knew something about our biggest threat that we would withhold it from the people? Unlike you, we actually tell our public about all the dangers that have been killing their loved ones. I understand you don't hold a similar trust to the people and choose to keep all this to yourself.
Another
Oh,
accusation.
you
yet again.
sacrificed us, Venerator, the moment you had.
What is it you've been doing this past however long you've been out? Tell
You
the
don't
people.
exactly have a leash on you. You are allowed by the Chosen to go wherever you please. What's to say you haven't been to the Northwest already?
You would hear and feel a sudden pulse echo through the pillar. All of the Chosen's eyes are bathed in a white radiance.
What the?
They would go still for a moment, as there is an intense light emanating from each of them.
This.
I'm getting a vision.
It would last for only a few moments.
Sadrius?
The light would eventually fade, and there is almost an energy that is felt and seen pulsing through the heliostone and the giant gilded glass of the structure as well, as it too would fade. And the Chosen would look down towards the five of you as well as the Venerator.
We have heard enough. Icon of Veneration. Leave this chamber as you came. You will be dealt with in a less public setting. Begone. And do not ever interrupt the proceeding again, as you have here today.
The icon gives a bow of respect, and without daring to utter another word, would storm off as she would exit stage right.
As for our cartographers here before us, there are many answers we still seek to grasp. Answers you yourselves have yet to realize. We are aware of the Cartographer Corps. We are aware of the Startographer and their advances towards you. Zula has not spoken directly of them, despite our pining for answers. Perhaps these answers escape even her divine eyes. A consensus needs to be reached before further notions can be taken. As for all of you, before us here, you've just returned from the world beyond. If there's anything in addition you wish to say to the people of Highshire, to the people of humanity, you may speak here and now openly. You have our blessing.
Holding the cartographer core, Dagny will turn around and face the crowd. We are not your enemy. We are of the same purpose. purpose that we have given when we chose to give our lives for the cartographer patrols. We seek a way to save Helios. We seek hope. And for now, we have the key. We're still figuring it out ourselves, so please, give us time. It doesn't have to be much, but understand, this is not a burden we think we would bear at such a cost as this. Again, we're not the enemy, as the icon of veneration would like to deem it so. This was a very delicate thing, something that is connected to us, and we treat it with the greatest care and respect, as the Startographer has shown us. And if it is necessary, we will go to the ends of the earth to find all the Startographers, for they themselves are not connected. But we hope that we can bring them together in hopes of unity for Highshire.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
Got it. Better, 12.
There are murmurs among the crowd as you see all manner of different emotions that are shifting around the people. The tension in the air in this pillar is palpable. And despite the unrest among the hundreds before you, there doesn't seem to be even the slightest shred of consensus. But you don't necessarily see the hostility that the Icon of Veneration had encouraged when she had made her plea. It looks like you've established yourselves, at least in a general sense.
Yeah,
as
she just has this look of, like, resignation almost, like, not guilt, but there's melancholy on her face.
V sees this melancholy. V sees the crowd and their general neutrality on this. And V then steps forward. This one begs you, believe in this team. We are out there, day in, day out, to risk our lives in a brighter future. So we hope that one day I can see my baby boy, my baby girl, laugh without fear of a crumbling wall, without having to go hungry. I will do anything so my child can live in a world where we don't have to suffer. Please, believe us, as we will believe in you, as we believe in the Seven, as we believe in our future. Believe in her. As V gestures to Dagny.
we'd see that the crowd is not necessarily swayed one way or another, but there's definitely some murmuring that is becoming a bit louder, as it looks like everyone needs to ultimately process what just took place here and come to their own ultimate conclusions. But the matter of public opinion for all of you doesn't seem to be accusatory anymore, although there's hints. Yeah, although there's still hints of it in the crowd.
At which point, Dagny will turn around and say, I would make one request of you, Your Radiance.
You have but to ask.
We have suffered much. I've watched someone I care about nearly die right before my eyes. After we give report and account to our Inquisitor, I would like to request a couple of days away for us to recuperate fully.
We understand your request. The burden of humanity is too great for any one pair of shoulders. But we understand the limitations of being human. It's what binds us together to be mortals. We are
Thank
one
you.
people, and you've suffered more than any one person ever should, each of you in your own right. We will dismiss you to gain the energy you have lost. But seeing as the sensitivity of time, with every passing day, many more die. This is a delicate process at best. Take your leave, cartographers, and rest your souls. Zula may bless you.
Dagny will shunt the cartographer corps away, and she will give a very respectful bow to the Chosen, and turn around and make her way towards the exit.
There would be a entire company of Shireguard elite that would surround all of you to give you an escort, giving you a ironclad wall from the prying eyes of the public as well as anything they may try. As all of you are grouped up and are escorted outside.
I take it we collect Seeker and the
Shield Guardian.
Shield Guardian.
Outside, you would have your mechanical companions waiting for you, and you would be reunited with them, yes.
Well, I envisioned that going much worse.
Could have. She's so
I wasn't
bent.
expecting all that, really.
She's so bent on destroying us.
I was expecting something to happen, and I was hoping it wouldn't be her.
This one, in our rest, we have to group up. I will not go another day. This one will not go another day without a full story.
Yeah, fair
Our neck-
enough.
Our neck, as I point to Cobweb and I. We're
I'll
on
buy the booze.
clock.
I'm
We
going
didn't
to need
do
some
anything.
booze, but yes.
Well,
We'll tell you the whole story. At least as much as I know. Those two know even more than I do.
Rid and I can give account.
Yeah, we got a couple days leave, vacation. Anyone? I can show you guys around the Undercity. Well, one thing you don't want to do, though, is smile. They see that as a sign of aggression.
Well, considering we all kind of stand out like sore thumbs, the last thing I want to do is take a holiday somewhere underground. Where we might not be seen again.
What the
Well-
fuck is that supposed to mean?
The same sort of thing of the mixture of messages in the crowd.
What that means is, this one would rather spend the first day of rest with the ones with faces he loves.
Well, you and Cobweb are free to do as you like, but I would say to you, Rin and Garok, if you would like, I think maybe we could take rest at my estate for a couple of days.
Well, you guys can rest, but I'm actually going to join the people watching at the wall. And I'm able-bodied, so it doesn't feel right having them fight on my behalf.
I'm going to rest, but I would rather rest somewhere that I feel comfortable, and your estate, while it does sound nice, is not really my home.
I understand.
But
Before this one sprints off, where are we to meet?
While this is going on, while you're in motion here. You're actively being escorted by this company of Shire Guard elite in the direction of the Hall of the Inquisition, and they are tight formation, and they are not allowing any of you to disperse. So it seems.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we still got all the shit to do here
Yeah,
first.
we gotta give a
Yes.
report and shit
Yeah.
afterwards.
Might as well just be at this entrance of a place if we get to leave tonight.
Mm.
Be easier.
Yes.
I hand a paper. Actually, I take some of my cartography paper, or rip it up, and each give you a pencil and say, write down one's home address.
All right. Daddy will give
I don't have an
yours.
address. I live in a hole, remember?
Yes, this one knows where you live.
Yeah.
Can you read Giant?
I can read giant, it's fine.
Oh,
This one
good,
cannot
because
read
otherwise my writing in common is abysmal. I was embarrassed
Then
about having to show that. To
Tell
her, to
this
be
one
honest.
the address.
It's fine. I'll write it in common. It's legible, just.
When or during our walk, I'll read it and tell you and ask you, like, is this what you meant? And then I will rewrite it.
If you interpreted it as is, it would be about one street and 2 houses wrong.
You know, with how fast V is, he could probably search the whole block in a few seconds.
But yes, no,
Fair.
it doesn't affect you. Right, where does the guard take us?
The guardsmen are escorting you towards the Hall of the Inquisition currently.
To the Hall of the Inquisition, I guess.
Yeah, no, I don't write down an address. I'm homeless. I steal his paper, though.
All right.
Paper.
You go to live in a hole with
It's for the
cobwebs.
paper.
You get a solid slap in the helmet. It's like, this one's fine with taking the paper, but not the pencil.
Fine, then. Here.
We're all so friendly here. So I
Yeah.
imagine every time Rin gets hit in the helmet, it's like a Taco Bell
Dong.
bell sound effect.
Dong.
You just like get the acoustics just right. You have to find like the sweet spot and just.
At it.
Do you have that like on
Yeah.
command?
Yeah.
You know, I don't blame you.
In retribution for touching me, I want to set up a mage hand in the direction where he's walking, primed with 2 fingers to poke him in the eyes from the walking too.
Wow.
Then I just wind up my hand, and then I just slap, not your ass, but the hip above your ass on the bone.
You would feel an ironclad gauntlet tightly grip your wrist, Vishanti, as a elite guardsman would shove your hand away from the rest as it looks like they're trying to break it up.
Guys, well, it looks like a fight. Come on. Granted, I would prefer that over the stress that was.
Are you
that
breaking it up? No one was even bleeding yet.
I know.
Honestly, the Shire Guard are always so uptight.
Don't say that when they're around us. That's
Hey.
rude.
Hey,
Hey,
This
I
one
mentioned
wants
this
to
to Thistle
point
before,
right
and look what happened to him.
Ren, you got something up there. I think it's a stick up your ass.
Leave Smarty Pants alone, all right? He's, you know.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
glad
I suppose
we're.
I'll have to wrench it out one day and beat you to death of it.
I'm glad everybody has the same
He
mindset.
gives you a wink. I'll be waiting for you, baby.
He's.
We're all
I'm not
gonna
married just yet.
bully each other.
Well, on that topic, as we're making our way here, I am curious. Why do you insist on referring to yourself in the third person?
I was asking myself the same thing.
This one was waiting for that question. This one, as now, on purpose, he slips out. I refer to myself in the third person because it was my mother's way of talking.
Is it
It's-
like a Tabaxi tradition or something?
Yes. I, as the emphasis is the I. My mother gave me so much, and I miss her because she's no longer with us. I'll tell you that later. But it's what I do to honor her. It's what I do to keep her memory alive. And
Well, don't let us stop you. That's pretty. That's pretty wholesome.
Very noble.
I'll tell you more in the future when I've cooled off and see my fiance with my unborn child.
Uh, Godsman, how far away are we from where we need to be? Or where we're going?
At this point, you're effectively rolling up to the Hall of the Inquisition and being led inside.
Before Dagny goes in, she looks at the stream that's near the Hall of the Inquisition, and she goes over to the edge, and she washes her face and dips her hand in again and kind of wets her hair a little bit. Kind of styles it down.
You would do so as you wet your hair in a similar fashion to a lost friend, for only a fleeting moment as the guardsmen are keeping you tight with the group, but you do manage to wet your hair satisfactorily, and onwards you're being pushed. And into the Hall of the Inquisition you all would enter. This place seems to have been largely cleared with the continued proceedings inside of the pillar. There's the occasional group of people with a projector, which is giving something of a view of the 7 chosen in their seats. Which, as you see with the empty seat, really should be the 8, but that's to be discovered. As you are quickly escorted off to a familiar room in a familiar derivation of the halls, where you're given to a room that has one way in, no way out, has a Shire Guard elite to every corner, where you are brought in and have a large table to sit yourselves down as the guardsmen who escorted you clear out, and the door is closed as there's an elite on the way out that gives a acknowledging departing nod and says, "An Inquisitor will be with you momentarily."
Thank you.
And out they go, securing all of you in this room to decompress.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start unpacking all notes and findings that I've recorded from this expedition.
Hello.
Yeah, Dagny will pull out the book and the notes that they found in the sunken hole.
V will take out the paintings that they had made.
Oh, before I forget, I meant to give this to y'all when we found it, but of course other situations had popped up, and I'm handing over 21 gold pieces to Rin and 21 gold pieces over to Garok.
Oh, what's this for?
This was among the provisions we found among those bandits. I meant to split it when I intended to split it when we got here, but
Well, this place is strapped for money, so I'll take all I can get.
Yeah. I think it best we try and at least pay for some of the things we try and purchase, so
23, you said?
21.
21. I suppose we're making reports of basically what we saw now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, there's plenty of writing material to arrange such a thing here in the room.
I imagine we're compiling all our notes, and I guess I'll head the getting everything into one place and organized and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
He would go day by day of the actions he took.
Well, you said there was plenty of writing material, so I'm going to make 2 copies of what basically what I made, one in giant and one in common, mostly for a copy for myself.
Gotcha. Okay. You would do so, and in a matter of a few moments, you get the notes, and everyone has a rough copy of their findings on the parchment. Now, for the party at large, what exactly are you detailing in this report here? Just give me the spark notes here.
The reason I wanted to head what we're giving them is because if anyone tries to slip in some shit about the spire and they were Finn or anything about me and what I told them, that's going straight into the bag holding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So who's actually writing here? I know, Rin, did you say you were actually writing?
Yeah.
Or are you just okay? And Garrock, you're making your own observations as well. I mean, there's plenty of notes here for everyone to write, so you're
Sure,
essentially
why not?
encouraged to do so. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically for the footnotes of what I'm writing anyway. I'm getting the notes are going to be basically the same, but in common, the only things that I leave out are the last little thing where there seem to be some elementals like essentially sort of trying to copy people. That I just see as more of an interesting thing as itself, so I just leave it as seeing some elementals nearby trees and shit like that, leave it generic. And
Okay.
but do report on it. But and as for the tower, I guess Garrock does mention it, but keeps out any personal details about the events that transpired per se. Like,
Okay.
that it was there, because it's kind of hard to say it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense mentioning it. Just simply write that we didn't venture too close to it and moved on.
Like, it was there. We had a look around generally, as cartographers do, mentioned that it was oddly a desert compared to the rest of the places up until then,
Yes.
and kept it basically at that. So it's
Okay.
mentioned, but not covered in detail.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Additionally, I wanted to add to our notes beyond our expedition. I did want to kind of make a referral to the events of today, specifically the allegations made against us and our actions. I wanted to essentially re-explain what we have done with the core and what we have told the Inquisition already, as well as the events made and shit like that, how we've been using it, my discoveries of how there's slots and the potential there within with finding other cartographers. A lot of it is just repeating information we've already given them, but I'm also making the specific entry that the allegation that why we hid it from the Icon of Veneration is because we heard that ominous warning come from Mirix's mouth, and then all of a sudden she arrives. So
I would also make mention that Merix also did have a vision that he was an Icon of Zula fighting against the Icon of Veneration. I would mention that.
Oh yeah, I was definitely adding that as well, and pretty much giving the explanation that given the evidence we had at hand, we felt that we couldn't trust the Icon of Veneration in this particular situation.
Oh yeah, that's a personal comment, about that. Garrock's literal version of it is we didn't know who she was, and apparently neither did the rest of Highshire until now, so we were understandably skeptical.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
We were skeptical. It's pretty much explaining the fact that, okay, one of our buddies just got fucking ganked to shit, and then the person who apparently ganked him in the dream realm just walks in like, how do you do? Of course we're gonna be suspicious and cagey about that.
And,
Like you can sense the energy coming off of it. Like why?
And even before that, Garrick also adds a note of, yeah, we were also literally attacked by bandits wearing Highshire outfits beforehand.
Yeah, that
yeah.
too.
That-
That
That's
too.
also important.
All of these things happened, which didn't exactly help.
I'm also painting her actions with us into the sunken temple bunker thing, extremely unflatteringly.
Yeah, that too. I know. Yeah, because
That
She
armor
intended
doesn't look like it fits her like it probably did originally anymore.
yeah, like the suggestion that we continue through
Yeah.
the vault without any regard for what happened to us. She was literally off on her own. Like it doesn't paint her in a very kind light.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a segment that says the Icon of Veneration has actively hampered Cartographer Team 26 work.
There it is. There it is.
Possible.
Perfectly
Please
worded.
keep her the fuck away from us in future. Thank you.
Yes.
You're filing for a restraining order?
Yeah, I feel like that would be real funny.
You know? And then we just get like fucking Cobwebs and V's like, yo, I was on a chilling walk in the midnight sun, and then boom, I'm here in this absolute bullshit situation.
Well, what is it? Cobweb is going to make note of each of their names, descriptions, the general vibe and attitude that they give off, just in case it helps with the search for them.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely include that with an entry to the general what we're giving them of, we picked up 2 stray members of Team 35.
Hey guys, look, we picked up more cartographers. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
During the middle of our writing, you do hear V say, "Oh, I forgot to ask. What the fuck are we leaving out?"
God, you're not supposed to say it that fucking loud.
We're already in the shit.
Have you?
Because I can always put how much I made y'all wait on me shitting, then how long I made y'all wait on.
Well, according to my notes here, you took about 30 minutes at one point. I don't understand what you were doing. But,
Hey.
Well, we don't need to go into that much detail.
I did not know I was allergic to those shellfish, okay?
Jeez, you motherfuckers are thorough.
Joyce being a cartographer.
Also, I don't know about you, but you gotta make sure your ass is clean. When you run out of toilet paper, you gotta get creative.
Anyway, Rin, and he's gonna point to a piece of paper, and in Chicken Scratch Common it says, "Can I tell them about the fish thing?" I'm sorry. That's all.
That's a no. That's a no.
I reach over.
I love fish sticks.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, I reach over and simply point at his chicken scrawl while bringing it over to myself to read. What the fuck does it say?
It says, "Do I tell them about the fish thing?"
You do not need to include the fish you had for a meal.
No, the
As I have
and he
already told
motions
you
to his
when we were
face.
making our way here.
Rin,
These guys.
both of you do understand you're in the presence of 4 of the elite. Roll deception.
Shit! Fuck!
Oh yeah, let's see them charisma skills. Let's go.
Alrighty.
Didn't see it.
Oh god, I already told you guys this to bring it up as a meme. Fuck
I'm
you.
sorry.
Fucking hell, bro.
Am I making deception?
Yeah,
Yeah.
both of you.
Hey!
Can I give my inspiration to Cobweb?
Sure.
Cobweb,
Okay.
roll again.
Oh,
Okay.
Come on, do better than an 8.
This,
Thank God for that crit!
Yeah, I fucking needed it, right?
okay, that's better, I guess.
It's better.
Oh,
It's
I'm gonna
better.
be beating the shit out of you later.
How dare you talk
Just
bad about my
please.
daddy, or my
I'm sorry.
son, or my...
oh, one last thing, Bajandi.
Yes,
uh,
Derek?
You're good at drawings and all of that. I assume you can do sketches pretty well too.
No!
Shut up.
I'm really shit! Yes, sorry. It's a
Because
habit.
I'm awful at them, could you fill in these blanks here for my notes as well as the normal ones? Basically, just asking to like get pictures of the tower and shit like that.
I was using these pictures as reference for my own memory. I'm gonna try to get these at auction.
No, I mean just a rough sketch to instead
Oh,
of me
yeah,
doing them.
yeah. I got what you mean.
Sweet.
As
On my
I will
on my own
spend like a
personal
good
version. Nice.
hour quick sketching with just a pencil and some shading techniques, some hatch crossing. Maybe have a ruler or something, a straight edge.
There we go. So
Yeah, just to
it'd be like a
clarify,
pretty
my
model all around.
notes do have sketches too, but they're probably a lot shittier than yours because you're actually an artist. Mine are more jagged and more like schematics.
But yeah,
Hey,
I think that covers everything.
Communication,
Then.
if people can read it, they can read it.
Alright.
This
I'll
would be
also
nice
put in my
to add
note
to
saying, if
atmosphere.
you want sketches of our encounters, find an auction that I will be presenting them at, and then you can
You
purchase
just
them.
plug yourself.
Yeah, shameless plug.
You fucking
Yeah,
hipster.
Subscribe to my Patreon.
He's like what you see. You know?
You can
I mean, to
find
be
more
fair,
at this address.
Like, I do have an unfair advantage on which ones are actually good, I suppose. One of them literally has me on it, though, so I feel like that one I have a bit more influence over. I mean, I'll buy a couple of them off of you just right now.
Because I like you so much, you can choose one to buy.
Which are my options again? Because you've made up quite a few in the short time you've been here.
I did. So I have the Sand Spire when we walk past it. I have the Fuck I'm Scared. I have the yeah, that one doesn't work. The Simmering Mountains. You wouldn't like this one. It's the Friends Reconciliation. I really didn't do good on that one. The Star Observer. This one did do good job on that one. Then this one has Sword in the Stone, also a very good one. And then your, yes, Dueling of the Death.
Oh god, I have to
The hell is
I have
that?
to choose between one that's useful to my personal things or one that I actually want to hang up in the forge. Damn. I'll go with the one that was of that creature that almost killed me.
Ah,
one of
Dueling
the
with
ones.
Death?
No, not the Dulu, the one before that actually almost fucked us all up.
Oh, the Fuck I'm Scared?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, damn. Of course you choose the most expensive one.
Oh, it is the most expensive one. I can choose another one if you want.
It is your choice. I did
Oh.
give you that, but it will cost you.
How much?
Hey, DM, how much can I...
Oh my god.
Where can I go find an art appraisal?
I mean, you're in the interior. This is where nobility lays, so you're in the right lands.
I mean,
Okay.
you're the one who painted the damn thing. Fucking put a price to it.
Give
Oh,
me
I
a
know.
price already.
I
huh?
want to get an expert opinion.
Hmm? God.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rin is just doing paperwork, finding it soothing while ignoring everyone else.
Alright, I'm just gonna leave that until later on. But anyway, that's something that we sought out
Mm.
for the sake of time.
I will, though, walk over to Rin and say, this one will also offer you a special offer because of your situation. As he hands you a rolled up painting.
Fine. Don't expect me to pay for it.
As he takes away the painting.
No, I already snatched that out of your hand and then said that. I pretty much, as you handed over, I took it and shoved it in my bag of holding and then said that. Just gonna order operations.
God.
My lord.
He's just like, oh, okay. I see how it is.
Right, yeah, I guess we're done with everything then. Here's all of our notes and all of that.
All right. You would have all of your reports collaboratively organized and ready to submit to the Inquisition, detailing all of the events of your travels in the outside world and omitting things that are best left unsaid.
Mhm.
It would be
Sorry to interrupt you, but I just wanted to clarify with Ashanti. I assume the rolled up scroll you gave me was the one you painted of inside the tower?
You have no idea. You never opened it up.
Well, I can't open it here! There's fucking guys in the corner!
Well, that's rough, isn't it, buddy?
I was just asking out of character, but it fucking seems to add to my inventory.
You don't know until you check.
Oh my god.
Mystery
fucking fine.
painting. Ooh.
Ooh, it's like opening a loot box, but weirder.
God, it's like dealing with lemmings.
Oh, well, that's okay.
God.
Do you ever look back at a V?
I suppose so.
He gestures to the bag and gives you a wink.
Hmm.
Oh, that's foreboding. I don't know.
Mm.
Subtle.
Yeah, I don't react. At all.
Yeah, that's your typical MO.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna give Fajanti 10 for mine. There, is that good enough? Like 10 gold.
10 pebbles.
That's more gold than I've ever seen.
Yes, I will take the 10 gold, but we're still getting appraised because I want to know how much it is.
Fair enough.
And you're paying for the appraisal.
Now, that's something we can talk about outside. But sure, whatever, we can.
This one agrees with that.
And then he was never seen again.
Fast enough.
Garrock really does not care much either way, as is clearly shown. He's just happy he's got a painting.
I will say, you now own an art called Fuck I'm Scared of this giant blue dragon flying in the sky, shooting lightning down in this dark, ambient lighted area.
Like an 80s van.
God.
Oh, yeah. Do you have like the title of your work in the bottom right corner or something?
And that is a 24 I rolled to make that painting.
Painting
Yeah.
named.
Oh, I thought he put it on the
Scared.
back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, typically
okay.
they write it on the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of the time.
They sign their name on the front of the canvas.
That's what everyone can see who painted it.
Mm-hmm.
And usually they make a placard of the name and the painter.
Yeah.
With all that being settled, there would be about an additional 15 minutes of time that would pass, filled with, of course, similar small banter with organizing your reports and getting everybody's act together. And there would be finally the opening of the door as walking in is a Inquisitor. As they walk in, and the door would close, and there would be the similar locking mechanism behind it. As she has a collection of files with her in order to collect said reports, as she looks onto you with a greeting. Apologies for the wait, everyone. It has been quite a day, and quite a stir that you had gotten going up at the Capitol. That's...
Oh, we know.
Not of our own choosing.
Believe me.
Where's
Right.
Inquisitor Akoda?
Well, that's what was holding us up. We're actually not quite sure. She's been running around quite a bit.
Hope
She
she
didn't
sorts out
say
what
that
I was
she would...
dealing with.
She didn't say she would be out, but in any case, I can... I see you've already made your reports.
Yes.
That's good. I can collect all of that and get everything organized, giving a quick skim read to take a few things in on my own account to make the process a little bit faster for all the higher-ups. I'm sure you know how it is by now.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, so it might take you a little bit.
I'm sure, given your reputations.
Mhm.
As she would collect everything that had been written down.
Before she leaves, Cobweb would speak up. He'd say, this might sound like a weird question, but if my unit was sent out a while back, but the thing is, we were all sucked into a violent spatial anomaly, possibly a temporal anomaly. So if I could get a date, like a current date, what is the current date?
And she would tell you. I need to get the exact thing sorted out. That's a
Yeah,
DM thing
well,
I'll give you
Yeah,
later.
yeah.
But you would know that it was only 2 days when you had discovered that anomaly. And it's been about a week from that projected time period. So you definitely went forward in time a little bit.
Oh shit.
They might have already been back.
Oh,
They may be searching for us.
oh,
Well, you guys have time to look. I mean, we have days off.
oh.
If what you're
Thank
saying is
goodness.
true, if this is a temporal anomaly, they may not have even arrived back on Helios yet. They could have been sent further into the future than you.
Or backwards, maybe.
Perhaps.
Oh.
We know little of that.
Anyway,
And here I thought this one would
are we
miss
good
their
to
own
go
way.
now? Do you have anyone else that we need to report to?
You'll need to be staying here for a time, given that your particular circumstance beyond your job as a cartographer has become complicated. We need you to...
We were given leave by the Chosen that we could have time away.
Yeah,
They didn't
but
make a concrete order to us as of yet.
yeah.
They are direct reports, but this occurrence in the pillar has made your public image complicated.
In regards to that, the parchment there on the top is a record of the, or rather, explanations in regards to the accusations levied against us. Turn
Yeah,
it over as evidence if you can ensure those get to the right hands in regards to this situation.
I understand. Orders have come from the pillar that we need to keep your public exposure concealed for a time. Granted that you had the permission to leave, we may be able to orchestrate a form of pseudo-identity that will allow you to rest within the confines of a out-of-public eye arrangement. But as for the specifics, I must insist that you remain here for a time until we can... And before that even she continues any further, the door would open once again, as there is the shuffling of a bunch of Shire Guard and a familiar face fronting them.
Oh, Akoda, thank goodness.
Akoda! As the Inquisitor would take a step to the side. And she looks winded. And there is a bit of a dire look on her face as she looks at all of you with intense eyes, as she's kind of hanging in the doorway at the moment, only partially through.
Yeah,
And she goes,
Dagny is going to approach.
before you can, she shakes her head. Where do I even begin?
Will an apology help?
Actually, let's start with this. And she would pull herself full into view and would throw someone at you as someone gets pushed into the room as he lands unceremoniously on the floor.
Garbon.
Oh, how nice of him to join us.
I will approach. Where the hell have you been?
Oh, hey, Dagny. Hi, Rin. It's kind of been a while. Look, I know that you've probably heard some not so awesome things about me as of recently, but I'm pretty sure I had some reasons behind all. It's just it kind of stammers a little bit, and Akoda just has this icy look looking down at him on the ground as he's on his knees.
Find him.
Who's this?
This is our rogue element who had been going around somehow escaping the grasp of the Inquisition, brandishing that thing that you just shown to the world. It appears as though there is more than just the crowd within the capital that knows about this, no thanks to Gervan. Now tell us, what exactly have you been doing with it? As the door shuts, locks, all eyes are on Gervan. And we will end the session here.
Nice.
Damn it!
Our
You
next
son
session
of
with
a
an interrogation.
bitch!
Let's go.
I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him.
I'm manhandling this boy. I swear to God.
I need to get my
Alright.
acid ready.
Here, let me help you take it out.
Oh Jesus!
All right. How do you want to close the recording, Bean Man? Anything you want to say?
Your
Well said.
matriarchal parental figure is attracted to the same gender.
I